Good evening, community board members, staff and members of the public, and welcome to this meeting of the Martinborough Community Board. Due to current COVID-19 restrictions, this meeting is being held via audio-video conference. All members participating via audio-video conference will count for the purpose of the meeting quorum in accordance with Clause 25B of Schedule 7 to the Local Government Act 2002. The meeting is being live streamed to Council's YouTube channel. The meeting will also be recorded and, subject to the recording being of suitable quality, will be made available on Council's YouTube channel via a link on the Council's website. So our first thing is, point this evening is the extraordinary business. I would like to add the Chair's report to the agenda as an extraordinary item. We will consider this under section 10.1, which is the Chairperson's report. Now, I also had another extraordinary item here. Sorry, my apologies. And it is a letter from Marsha Hunter that has been requested to be read out as an ad, regarding the Tora campground closure. And as she is and has been a resident and a camper there, she has some interesting comments and ideas around those things for us that I think we need to take into consideration this evening. Now, so was there any other extraordinary business that needed to be added to the agenda? Sorry guys, I'm actually having to flick right through to see video and see who's available there. Okay, so that's perfect. Now,
through you, Madam Chair. I thought you had just advised you had intended to put a motion to suspend standing orders temporarily for the public summit. That would be a good place to do that now.
To do it now under extraordinary business? Okay, fantastic. So I would also like to move as extraordinary business that under Standing Order 3.5, we temporarily suspend Standing Order 14.14 to extend the public forum time limit beyond the period of 30 minutes so that we can hear from two additional speakers. Now, the reason for the suspension, again, is because though our public forum is fully subscribed, extending the time limit enables us to hear a fuller range of community views regarding the proposed closure of the Tawhite and Tora reserves before the Chief Executive's decision regarding the closure. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Aidan. Now, all those in favour, can you please raise your hand?
Aye.
Aye. It's everyone.
Fantastic. Okay, the motion is carried. I believe that's over 75% of the members in favour. So this will mean that we will have Naomi Shores as well as
Jenny Point.
Jenny Boyne will be speaking within the public participation. Now, next on the agenda is apologies. We do have an apology from Mayor Bain. Were there any other apologies from the committee? Okay, so I don't think we have to move Alex's one, do we? He's an invited guest to the meetings. Does that sound right, Steph?
Yeah, he's not a member, so you don't need to accept those apologies.
Okay, great. Now, regarding conflicts of interest, does anyone have any conflicts of interest to declare with regards to any of the items on the agenda?
No. No. No, orange.
Okay, great. Now moving on then to acknowledgements and tributes. First, I would just like to acknowledge or make a tribute for the passing of Warren Colton, and through this very long time resident of Martinborough. And we also extend our condolences to Mayor Alex for this bereavement within his extended whānau. I would also like to make a tribute to Glenn Morrison, who was a past roading engineer for the South Wairarapa District Council, most recently living in New Plymouth. But he was responsible for some major projects within the South Wairarapa, like the Jenkins Dip Bridge and the bridge that he built at Glendhu. So that was me. Did anyone else have any acknowledgements or tributes to make?
I'd just like to just acknowledge our neighbours in Carterton, the Carterton community. There was a large fire that went through their main street in the early hours of this morning, and I just hope that their community, I think a lot of businesses are doing it tough anyway over this time, and so I just wanted to put it out there that we just acknowledge that they are going through a rough time, and that we're here if they need any help.
Okay, great. Thanks. Was anyone else have anything to add? Okay, so moving on, we're on to our public participation point of this evening. So this evening, we have quite a full list of speakers. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. Steph will raise a finger to the camera when you have 1 minute left, and we'll make a T for time at 5 minutes when your time is up. So I'd like to welcome first Mike Armour to speak to us on footpaths and roading.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, everyone, and tēnā koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'd like to raise 3 issues that I've raised with the Community Board. They relate to the lack of a footpath from the corner of Sackville and Dublin Street up to the corner of Regent and Dublin Street. The issues related to the lipless pram crossings on both of those places. And thirdly, the issue to do with the flooding that continues to happen at that corner of Dublin and Sackville Street. I've provided a full report to the Community Board, and I've raised this matter with the Council previously. The fact is that there is no footpath from the corner of Dublin and Sackville Street to Regent Street. It is the only place in Martinborough from Jellicoe through to Regent Street that does not have a footpath. The issue for me is that I've seen residents from Wharekaka walking down Dublin Street from Regent Street. There are young families who walk down that street, and this poses, I believe, a health and safety risk that's unacceptable, apart from the fact that it would be very useful to have a footpath on that section for the young families who do come down that street to the school. It's the only place in Martinborough that doesn't have a footpath right through to the end of Regent Street. The second related issue relates to the lipless pram crossings. What I mean by that is that many of the other crossings for prams have been replaced recently. And what I don't understand is why the pram crossing at Dublin and Sackville Street and on the corner of Regent and Dublin Street weren't replaced at the same time. And yet there are residents and visitors in the Martinborough area who use those crossings to come into town on a regular basis. There's a poor state of these crossings, and it contributes to the third issue that I wanted to raise tonight. It relates to a problem that went back to Easter in 2020, when there was a major flood at the T intersection of Sackville and Dublin Street. While the pipes were replaced, the road component of that was only replaced in one part, not on the corner of Dublin and Sackville Street, which continues to cause a problem with flooding. There's debris that gets caught up in that corner. The lipless pram crossing is now sunk, And the combination of issues with the road surface in Dublin Street, which is, as many of you will know, having lived here for many years, is a convex shape. What ends up happening is all the water that runs down Dublin Street gathers in at that corner of Dublin and Sackville Street, causes major flooding. The bubble up soak pit is simply not able to deal with that amount of water. And I have had problems of that water flooding into my property. As a result, I had to put in a large soak pit to try and reduce that. So in summary, what I'm seeking support from the community board is to install a footpath from the corner of Sackville and Dublin Street to the corner of corner of Dublin and Regent Street, to repair the road surface, which is still a problem in that corner, and to replace the lipless PAM crossings, and to investigate further stormwater bubble up pits on Dublin Street to prevent that ongoing flooding in my property. On a longer term basis, I think there's an issue of that road surface in Dublin Street that needs to be addressed. That's my three issues. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Members, are there any questions?
Aidan?
Good evening, Mike. Thanks for coming along, and thanks for your submission, which we received a few days ago. How long have you been living in the property there and experiencing these problems?
Well, look, we've owned the property for about 8 years, but we were living in Australia until about 2 years ago when we moved back permanently. But this problem has been going on ever since we've owned the property. And I could show you pictures where the clutter on the soak pit and the flooding in our property. Our previous neighbour was up to his mid point of his shins with the flooding that's gone on, and it's caused some subsidence in that land in the corner of my property.
And thanks for that. And in your submission, you said that you'd been in contact with council previously.
Yep.
About those issues. What was the response?
So I wrote to council with very similar issues around that I've raised tonight. That was on the 20th of September in 2020. I had an email from the council which said, thank you, we will be in contact with you. I've heard nothing at all since then. Okay.
So as a result, you brought it to our table.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for that, Mike. I think I'll certainly, we can ask some questions and see if, hopefully ask some questions of council officers and see if that can be progressed for you.
Thank you.
Especially those, some of those issues.
I have sent Steph a copy of all the images that go with my my submission to the community board. I'm sorry that it's a very large file because there's a lot of photos, but if you get the submission, Steph, you'll see that it's got copies of the road. It's got what I'm suggesting and issues of the problems are there in that particular corner and right down the street. So for community members, board members who want to look at those, they'll give you more information to support my submission.
Were there any other questions? Thank you very much, Mike, for your participation this evening.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, next we've got Trinity Shaw, who's going to be speaking on the proposed closure of the Te Awaiti Reserve for overnight camping.
Hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I'm Trinity Shaw from Martinborough and have camped at Te Awaiti Reserve for 40 years, growing up in Tuturamuri as a child and still camping there regularly today with my parents, extended whānau and children. And I was astounded when Mr. Wilson proposed to close Te Awaiti Reserve to overnight camping in a matter of minutes during the last council meeting. There are so many reasons why the council must stop this closure. However, with only 5 minutes to speak, I'll focus on 3 areas that necessitate immediate action from the community board, requesting that the council halt these closures until accurate research evidence and factual risk assessments are provided and correct consultation process is followed. One short visit to the campsite by Mr. Wilson does not give him expert knowledge of the topography, rainfall, and flood potential of this campsite. My first concern is the inconsistency and lack of evidence behind Mr. Wilson's claim that Te Awiti camping area is a high risk to public safety from flash flooding. After the first council meeting, I received an email from Mr. Wilson with flood and heat maps. Now you can have a look at your maps that have been sent to you, map 1 and 2, which he referred to, indicating Te Awiti camping area had some low-level land and that in a 1 in 100 year flood, much of the camping area would be inundated. Please look closely at the maps he was referring to, and you will notice that they are both for North Tora campsite, a completely different area and a completely different river and a completely different campsite. And even more astounding is that he published these maps in the paper. I also noted in his next speech to the Māori Standing Committee meeting that he added North Tora camping area for closure as well to try and cover up his mistake. Due to these incompetences, I contacted Greater Wellington Regional Council for my own research, and they confirmed that they do not have any completed and comprehensive flood studies for the Awhia and Ōtiri rivers, and so their data is insufficient to be able to do so. They did, however, provide regional flood modelling maps from 2015 that Mr. Wilson has referred to, which only provide an indication of flood risk in a 1 in 100 year flood. However, they also confirmed that these flood scenarios don't take into account whether the estuary mouth is open, in which case any flood waters flow straight out to sea, bypassing the campsite completely. I've watched this happen quite a few times while I've been camping there safely. As mentioned, the Greater Wellington Regional Council flood modelling maps are based on a 1% AEP, or a 1 in 100 year flood event. Mr. Wilson claims this is an intolerable high risk to public safety, yet the Greater Wellington Regional Council presents a flood event frequency descriptor chart. If you look at the papers that I sent today, that's diagram 3, showing a 1% AEP as just above very rare. If you add a scale of risk from high to low, this sits at the very bottom of low. Clearly, low risk is not justification for immediate closure, and I urge the community board to recommend council demands proper flood studies for this area to be completed in order to establish an accurate risk assessment and then explore mitigation options accordingly. My next concern is violation of the South Wairarapa District Council bylaw for camping in coastal areas 2009. I was involved in the huge 4 to 5 month consultation process that took place when this bylaw was drafted and signed off by council. Both these campsites are provided for under this bylaw, and there is no provision in the bylaw that allows council or the CEO to ban freedom camping without reviewing the bylaw first and going through the correct review process. My last concern, even more serious, is that the community board needs to request that council refers to the Local Government Act 2002, Part 8, Section 156, which you'll see on diagram number 4 that you've been sent, on consultation requirements when amending bylaws made under this Act. That includes the South Wairarapa District Council camping bylaw. Under the Act, a local authority must use a special consultative procedure when amending a bylaw if there is likely to be a significant impact on the public due to the proposed bylaw change. I currently have a petition running that has almost 1,500 signatures, which is pretty damn significant for a town of just 2,000 people. For those 3 reasons and the many other reasons that you will hear from other people speaking tonight, I urge you to pass a motion for council to halt these proposed closures until accurate flooding and risk data is completed and the proper consultation process adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trinity. Does anyone have any questions? Trinity, today?
Thanks, Trinity. Would I know that you've sent some of that information through. I just haven't seen it yet. But this information with regards to the bylaw, was that forwarded through to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Trinity, are you able to forward that through to me as well? For some reason, I haven't received it.
Okay. Yep.
That would be fantastic.
Do you want a copy of my speech as well, or do you just want
Please,
the diagram?
yes, please. No, I'd love to have. I'd love to have the information that you provided today. And Pam's just putting her hand up too. So if both myself and Pam could also have that, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll send it to all of you.
Could you send it to all of us, please?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That would be great.
So, Chair, one other question.
Sure.
Trinity, in the 40 years, how many flood events have you witnessed while you've been out?
So I've never seen a flash flood, and that would be an extremely rare occasion. I've never seen that in 40 years. So I've seen low level flooding. So if it's raining, if it starts raining, there's actually warning signs out there as you enter the campsite, and everyone knows. It says that there's a warning for flooding on the lower parts of the campsite. So obviously, if you arrive out there and it starts to rain, everybody either packs up and shifts home usually, or they just move to higher ground on the campsite. So the water does come up very gradually, and then when it gets high enough, if the mouth is not already open, it pushes the mouth open, and then it all drains out to sea. And I've seen that happen probably 3 times where it's done that, and even done it enough so that my kids can boogie board down the little mouth opening where they can go down the water rushing out. I say rushing, but it's actually only just deep enough for them to jump on a boogie board and go down it.
And when were the signs put up? Can you recall?
At a guess, I'm saying maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And I have spoken with Chris Barge, who used to live right opposite the campsite at Green Tops. He lived there for 40 years. And we always used to visit them because we're good friends with them as well. And he said he's had 2 occasions where he's seen floods there where he's helped one family. And he said on that occasion, the signs weren't there. He said once the signs were actually put up, there wasn't a problem at all. Absolutely everybody left as soon as it rained, or they didn't camp in the lower parts of the campsite. So the one person that he actually helped, he said that there was 2 months of rain forecast for 2 days, and they camped on the lower part right on the edge of the water. And at that stage, there were no signs. And that's his experience of 40 years of living outside the campsite.
Thanks for that, Trinity.
Okay, great. Did anyone else have any questions for Trinity?
Thanks for all your information, Trinity. It's really good.
Welcome. Thanks for listening to me.
No, it's all good.
Right. Thank you so much for your participation tonight, Trinity. Next up, we have Mike First, who's speaking about the Te Awaiti Reserve and livestock on the roads. Cool. Hi, Mike.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. Just like to start off, I want to speak about this livestock post that came about on Facebook a couple of weeks ago, and also about the campground. Also, just earlier, Mel, you spoke about some correspondence coming from a resident out here. Her, just a correction on her name, it's Marcia.
Oh, Marcia.
All right, no problems. I also just want to start off by apologising to Mr. Wilson. I believe my last speech at the community falls a little bit offensive, so apologies to you, Mr. Wilson. I'd just like to talk about this Facebook post that came about on the council website page about livestock on rural roads. I believe the Facebook post was probably a little bit off. It was a bit abrupt and a bit probably a bit rude, in all fairness. I spoke at the previous meeting about having everyone's email address. You managed to send out rates to everyone via email. Is there any reason why you cannot send out this kind of information via email rather than trying to put it on a Facebook post that seems a little bit abrupt? As a farmer out here at the coast and in a rural environment, we do our very best to keep livestock off roads. We don't particularly like our livestock being run over, but we do have issues along that way. In summertime, livestock will always try and find a way to greener grass, no matter how good your fences are. So in that respect, we do our best. Also out here, I have 4 k's of coastline that people cross regularly to go diving. We get our gates left open. Occasionally, our locks on our gates are cut. So no fault of our own, livestock can actually get on the roads. Also, I know on the road out here, it's a gravel road, but a lot of people don't really drive well on gravel roads and tend to go through fences. This results in livestock getting on the road also. A couple of years ago, I had an infringement notice served on me from the council for coming out to get some livestock off the road. I live probably 500 metres from where that officer attempted to get the livestock off the road and got a bill for 3 hours worth of work. At no point did they try and call into any resident to come and get some help. So I presume this is just another ad hoc policy that they're coming about with. You know, if there's livestock on the road and the officer's been called out, why not try and find the farmer or find someone that can help rather than muck around for 3 hours? So I just, in summary of that, I just think the council should be a bit more communication involved with areas like where we live, rather than just putting a Facebook post up saying you're going to start prosecuting us for having livestock on the road. Moving on to the campground, I can understand the CEO's point of view and the health and safety. As a director of my own company and a chairman of numerous boards, I know the liability that goes with that, and I understand that. But this needs looking into a bit more, rather than just coming out for one visit and running off back to town to shut down some campgrounds that people have used for many years. The campgrounds out here don't really affect us locals per se, and we don't use them, but it will affect myself and the Boyne family further down the other coast, because we basically have the only other coastline available for anyone camping. Obviously, there's no camping along in front of our houses, but this is going to result in people camping in front of us. It's going to result in rubbish, all sorts of different problems. I note that the CEO did talk to Mr. Boyne recently about it, and he said it's a simple issue, just order a trespass notice. I mean, if you don't understand rural New Zealand, that's the wrong way to go about things. It's just going to result in backlash. We don't believe we should be the policeman for this out here. With that visit from the CEO out to here, he talked to one resident about a family that Trinity alluded to earlier that got caught in a flood. That resident is a resident that doesn't want the campground any longer, so it's a little bit biased for him to go down that route. It's also an area where it doesn't have flash flooding. Trinity's alluded to this in her previous comments, and it's proven. The other day we had 68 mils of easterly rain over 24 hours. I mean, that's a reasonable amount of rain for East Coast Hill Country, and that result didn't even flood the campground. And that, that's a significant amount of rain. It didn't go over the Tar White one, but the North Tora campground did go under slightly. But these are gradual increases. These are not flash floods. The water level only rises slightly, and as it builds up, it opens the mouth and it drains back out to sea. This is all tidal, obviously. So when the tide's out, it'll drain quicker. If the tide's in, it'll hold it up for a little bit longer. But at no point does it ever flash flood. A flash flood would result in nothing hanging around down there. I mean, there's timber from the winter sitting on the campground at the moment, logs. If it was a flash flood, they wouldn't be there. They'd be washed away. You could also argue, 1 in 100 year event is probably the same equivalent to a tsunami happening out here. So as the end result, closing every coastal campground in New Zealand. That's about me. Sorry to have to rush, but 5 minutes doesn't get you far.
Thanks very much, Mike. Did anyone have any questions for Mike?
Mike, how long have you been farming out there on the at Hikawera along the coastline there?
I've been out here 7.5 years.
Thanks,
Mike. At that point, I've obviously seen my fair significant events of rainfall out here, and obviously since I farm most of the coast, I've seen those rivers come up and down regularly over winter, and once again, at no point has there ever been a flash flood.
Councillor
Mike, can I ask you, do you get many visitors camping out there over the winter months, or is it just on the summer months?
We get a few, mainly public holidays, but occasionally, I presume people look at weather forecasts a lot more these days, and if there's a fine forecast, you will get a few more. In the last 2 years, obviously with COVID going on, we've seen a lot more camper vans, and they come for a night and then normally go again. Also, I'd like to point out that the council has put a significant amount of investment into putting a compostable toilet at the North Tora Reserve. So that would seem a waste to go. And on another side note is, what happens with our coastal rubbish pickup if the campgrounds are closed? Do we still get it?
That's certainly a good question to ask. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much, Mike, for your time this evening. Did anyone else have any further questions for Mike?
Yep. Oh, g'day, Mike. How you going?
Thanks.
Good, thanks.
Good. Hey, so how often do you get the rubbish collection out there at the moment?
It's a bit higgledy-piggledy. We're supposed to. We're pretty grateful we've actually got proper recycling now, which is wonderful. But we get it basically daylight saving. It's supposed to be once a week, and then after daylight saving, it goes to once a fortnight.
Oh yeah.
But it gets a bit muddled. It doesn't actually flow on those dates specifically, but it does around that time.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, man.
That's great. Thank you very much for your time, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now, next up this evening, we've got Graham Scar on the proposed closure of the Te Awiti Reserve.
Okay, cool. Sorry, can you hear me? Cool. You need to turn your volume down. Hello, everyone. My name's Graham Scar, and I've been camping with my family along the Tora coast for the last 31 years. Generally, we camp weekends between Labour weekend and Easter, with a longer period through the Christmas break. We have seen occasional flooding on the lower parts of the Tawai campsite when there is persistent rain and everyone pretty much packs up and heads home. No one heads all the way out there without knowing the weather forecast, and if it's bad, we stay at home. There are very clear flood warning signs to move to higher ground if rain persists, and everyone seems to adhere to this. I've never witnessed the level of destruction Mr. Wilson is describing could happen, and nor do I believe that it would ever happen, because if the mouth of the inlet is closed, then once the water rises enough, it forces the mouth to open and the excess water flows out to sea, moving directly past the campsite. His idea of a flash flood bouncing off the sandbar and inundating the entire campground, then dragging everything out to sea is ridiculous. The South Wairarapa District Council and Mr. Wilson need to investigate the realistic risks through proper research at the site and understand the benefits for all the families, many of them lower socioeconomic, for which this may be their only means of an affordable family holiday. It offers family time to connect without the internet, be active, learn, and have new experiences, which enhances mental well-being without cost barriers. Mr. Wilson has stated that the South Wairarapa District Council would look into alternative camping sites to replace Tawai and the North Tora, but I don't believe this to be true. With the recent controversial increase in rates within the district, I cannot see the council spending any money on alternative camping areas or new facilities. If these two campsites are closed at Tora, this only leaves the small South Tora campsite restricted to tents only and probably four to five families maximum. I sent in some photos. Mel, did you get those? So there's two photos of the South Tora campsite. One shows the grassy camping area, and the second one shows the other half of the campsite, which is pretty much gravel and sand. However, the South Tora campsite for children, this is one of the most dangerous campsites, as there are no barriers between the vehicles on the road and the campsite itself. So young children can just wander onto the road. Most of the campsite is also rock and sand, as illustrated in photo number 4. The council paid for a coastal development plan for all campsites in 2013. And if you look at the diagrams 1 and 2 of the South Tora campsite that I emailed in, it looks idyllic. But sadly, the reality is nothing has happened, and this will be the only camping site on the whole of the Tora coast. I remember a time when we had Sandy Bay camping area and Manurewa Point as well. And they were full over the summer holiday period, but the council has since closed them as well. In summary, we have gone from 5 camping areas full of visitors in 2003, possibly down to one small tent-only camping area at South Tora. Can you imagine the effect of that loss of on businesses in Martinborough from those visitors passing through town and stocking up on stores for their holidays? As I have said, South Tora Reserve is a tent-only reserve, which means the entire Tora coast is out of bounds for all campers with self-contained motorhomes or caravans. In summary, Mr. Wilson has said this is an operating decision under workplace health and safety. I believe he is basing his decision on insufficient evidence. This decision to ban overnight camping in these 2 campsites should not be made until there has been a proper investigation to provide detailed data of the risk versus benefit of these campsites to the community. I would like the Martinborough Community Board to pass a motion requesting that the South Wairarapa District Council complete a proper investigation of the risk versus benefit of these campsites and allow the public to be consulted in a decision that affects so many of us. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time, Graham. Do we have any questions for Graham this evening? Pam, Councillor Colenso.
Graham, I'm sorry, I don't have those photos and the things that you've sent out. Would you be able to send that out to all of us again, please? And really interested in what you and Trinity had to say. I think very good. Thank you both very much.
Okay, thank you.
And that's for myself as well. I also haven't received it, so that would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Were there any other questions?
Through the chair. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks very much for your submission and information, Graham. You talked about the lower part of the campground and the higher part of the campground. What sort of area would that higher part of the campground cover? How many tents or how many caravans would be able to utilise that?
The higher part, there's a small stream that flows through the middle of it, but you can get probably a dozen to 15 campsites on the higher part of the camping area. And the lower part I'm talking about is probably, I would imagine, 1/3 of the campsite. So there's plenty of space to camp there, you know, when the weather is a bit iffy. And we've been out there a few times when the weather's been iffy and people just don't camp down next to the water, you know. Campers are pretty onto it people, you know, 99% of us are responsible and safe and we adhere to the rules.
So, yeah, that's right. So, so that higher part, 12 to 15 campsites, can motorhomes and caravans access that?
Yes. Yeah, on one side, so the creek coming through the middle of the campsite at Tawhite is you can get some vehicles through it, but the larger motor homes and caravans can't. So generally tents go on the southern side and the motor homes and caravans go on the northern side of the little creek. And it just seems to work really well, you know.
Great, thanks. I haven't looked at on the mapping for the boundaries, but would you feel that that higher part could be extended with a bit of earthworks by a digger or something like that?
Quite possibly, and the lower part could actually be, could probably be protected a bit more from the river as well, you know. There is, on the southern side of the campsite, there's a swampy piece that seems to be growing because basically there's been no maintenance out there and it needs to have a drain, you know, that drains it. And yeah, I just, you know, I think it wouldn't take much to enhance a lot of it. When you look at the coastal development plan that the council paid for in 2013, I mean, these campsites just look fantastic. They look like campsites that you'd find up on the East Coast and, you know, the Hutakawa trees and fire pits. And that's what we should be, you know, we should be promoting that, not trying to get rid of it. It's just ridiculous.
Thanks for that, Graham. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Aidan.
Are there any other questions? No, thank you very much for your participation this evening, Graham. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Johnny Shaw speaking on the proposed closure of the Te Awaiti Reserve. Kia ora, Johnny. Are you there? We can't hear you.
Can't see me.
Good. I'm happy to go now, and perhaps John can sort out his IT issues.
Would you is that allowed, Steph, or do we move to?
Yep, we could just move it along, Mel. That's fine, and then we can come back to Johnny.
Okay. Our next speaker is Clem Beck, who was speaking on reputational risk and rate.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Oh,
yes, we can hear you, Clem.
We can. We just can't see you, Clem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can see you. Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead. Due to the enforced COVID-19 conditions, I would request that the Martinborough Community Board accept and ask the South Wairarapa District Council these questions on my behalf. Question 1. By their own admission, the Mayor, the CEO and the Council apologised to ratepayers of South Wairarapa District Council on the 3rd of September 21 for their mistake in setting rates far higher than their original long-term plan predictions. Can the Martinborough Community Board ask what action the Mayor, CEO and Council have planned to rectify this mistake? I have a second question, and it concerns your own existence, and reads as follows. Under South Wairarapa District Council standing orders, terms of reference for South Wairarapa District Council Community Boards, Section 9, Operating Model, 9.14, Timing Frequency, is 6 weekly for the Martinborough Community Board. Why is the CEO and on what authority extending the timing between these meetings without council consultation? or public consultation or change to standing orders. Thank you.
Please, thank you very much for your time, Clem. Does anyone have any questions for Clem? Yes, Councillor Maynard.
So thank you for that, Clem. I just want to clarify. So you're saying that the timing frequencies appear to be happening a lot longer than 6 weeks?
Yes. They are extending out each meeting by a week and then 2 weeks, and it just seems to be that the period is getting longer and longer.
No, we could. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification there, Clem.
Any other questions for Clem? Councillor Colenso.
Clem, thanks for that. I just wondered if you can give some examples of where that has happened, please. Did you have a note of the dates that had happened?
I would have thought, Pam, that probably your own diary will tell you, but this meeting tonight is over 7 weeks after your last one. Your next one is programmed, I think, at least 7, if not 8 weeks from now. And this has been a continual process since around about the beginning or middle of the year.
Thanks, Clem.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, any other questions for Clem? I'm just going to, sorry, just please be with me. I'll just click through.
Thanks for that, Clem. Thanks, Clem. I think we've all been busy making notes and taking records. I think that can be something that we can ask questions of, and then perhaps come through the chair, come back to you later with some explanations that we've received. Thanks.
Thank you. I wish you luck with your pursuit of the council through Mel's report that I've read, in terms of getting some answers on public meetings into the future. And I'd remind you that you have the authority as a board to make up your own mind to have meetings. You do not need the council, or especially the CEO's authority, who honestly has no authority. Finished. Thank you, Steph.
Okay. Interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time this evening, Clem.
Thank you, Mel.
Appreciate that. Now, how are we doing? Johnny?
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, good. We're on track then. Yeah. Kia ora hui mai tātou. I'm just want to speak on behalf of a avid camper, a real old camper, but a generally happy camper. I was really taken by surprise in the first meeting that the council had probably 3 weeks ago, when Harry Wilson came up with this bombshell of an idea to can the Te Awaiti Reserve. In his own admission, he said he drove out there to have a look at a pothole in the road and the glue pot there, and ends up closing a campground, for Christ's sake. Anyway, carries on later on, he would want to close two campsites. Now, his theory to the campsites is pretty all flawed. If he had stuck by his principles on what he wanted to close out because of flooding and not so much overcrowding, but flooding, he was stating that him and Jeppy were sort of had the idea that boulders would come rushing down, trees would come rushing down and blow them out. That was nothing like that at all. I mean, he's even mentioned the caravan come rushing down. But these things just don't happen at that campground. What actually does happen is when the water does come down, it rises and then it goes away. It goes down again. And like other speakers have said, people have got the intelligence. If it gets too high, move up or move out. Most people who know it's going to rain don't move out there at all. But it's really sad to take that sort of attitude, because it's just kind of blank off at the kneecaps. And one of those the campground out there is the Te Awaiti one. it's really special because it's got a lake area there, which is always available for kids to play and canoe in, and it's a safe haven for them to enjoy a summer break. Now, not most, but a lot of the campers out there, like it's been mentioned before, they're low socio-eco people, and they don't get much chance to have a holiday. And I can't believe that Harry can pretty much cut their holidays off with a stroke of a pen. And that worries me. The biggest risk out there, out towards Te Awaiti, is the road out there, not the destination. Now, if we put more effort into the road and got that fixed, there's been more deaths on that road than there has been drownings in Te White Bay. There has been none in 49 years that I've been there. And I'm pretty sure I tried to go through the stats the other day, and I've only missed about 4 years out of 40 odd years of camping. And we always go out there. Now, if the closure of that campground there pushes people down further down south, down towards Boyne's place, it's going to create a massive amount of dangerous problems there. Like Sam mentioned before, the road is very, very close to campsites. It's an ugly beach. It's got a rocky beach, and it's just absolutely not ideal for families. But Te Awaiti is ideal for families. It's really restricting a lot of people. Now, if this idea of closing Te Awaiti down because of the tidal sort of water coming down there, you're going to have to look at a lot of other rivers and catchments in the area. Mangatautui, the Pinnacles, Lake Ferry Spit. When you in the summer, if you go down to the boat club and you drive up the boat club there, and you look at both sides of the riverbanks, there's people camping all over the show. Now, the Rimung is a real big catchment area. It rises and lowers very quickly, but no one has been caught yet. They all know exactly what's going to happen. They watch the forecast. They watch for each other, which is one of the biggest things there. Now, I would also like the community board to mandate the council to hold all closures until proper research and evidence have been provided to prove the area is a high risk of flooding. And I'll be very, very surprised if it is. And I just hope that we get through this. And just for Harry Wilson, do the right thing, Harry. Just better signage and let people enjoy Christmas holidays. Thank you for that. Thank you for the committee listening to me.
Kia ora, Johnny. Thank you very much for that. Does anyone have any questions for Johnny Shaw? Thank you, Councillor Maynard.
Kia ora, Johnny. Kia ora mātua. I think it's very important and very, very thank you very much for taking the time out to put a kaumātua perspective on here. I think a lot of the time things that come through we don't get to hear, and having spent time with you on the Māori Standing Committee in the past, and knowing the work that and the push that you gave in getting the campsites up to par. I'm not surprised to see you here, knowing how much these campsites mean to you and how much knowledge you have of it. So I just want to say thank you very, very much for participating. Yeah, kia ora.
Nathan, did you have something?
Yep. Hey, Johnny. Yeah, thanks very much for your time.
No worries, thanks.
Hey, I'm going to hold a Google Maps a view up. I'm not sure if everyone's going to be able to see it or not, but can everyone see that?
Yep.
So, Johnny, the lagoon is dirty. So that, would you call that a flood?
No. It's dirty water.
Yeah, but well, okay, right. So it's dirty water. But what I'm going to say is that dirty water going into the sea, it's going into the sea, and it hasn't actually breached anything onto the campground, correct?
No.
So
it's right. It bypasses. If this is the campground here, you've got a real good photo there. It's no danger whatsoever there.
Yeah. So so it's just pushing, it pushes through the sand out to sea, correct?
Yep, it does, yes.
Yeah, you can see it going out to sea there.
Yep, goes through the, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a mouth that just trickles out, and it takes a long time to build up again, especially when people are camping. They usually go down in the summer, and we're usually in drought conditions at that time of the year anyway.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't look like it affects the campground.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Okay.
It just bypasses the campground.
Yeah.
And everyone uses it at their own will. You know,
Yeah.
it's safe. Just lots of kids. It's a real good area for kids.
Yeah.
Lots of kids kayak and canoe and play with all of that. They just make friends for life down there. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, the memories, right?
Oh, you can't replace those.
No. No. Thank you very much for your time, Graham, and Trinity as well.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks, Nathan. Any other questions, Aidan?
Through you, Chair. Nathan, on that Google Map image that you just showed up, what's the date that imagery was taken, please?
Well, it's got 2021 on it, but it doesn't give I guess I just went onto Google Maps to see the area and.
Okay.
And
so I think generally along the bottom of the picture, there's sometimes a date when that imagery was taken by the satellite.
Yeah, it was 2021.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for that. Johnny, I think somebody said earlier on that that coastal development plan was created in 2013. Were you part of talking and consulting with council?
Yes, we had. Yes, we did. We were part of the marae, and we had an input into it. Yeah, and we definitely were.
Okay. And after that, all that paperwork was generated. Was do you know? Well, obviously, not much has happened, but did you have any contact, or what sort of contact between council and yourselves occurred after that those documents were drafted?
Well, nothing happened at all. Then I think it was in an era where councils changed hands and different people come along, and these things were put on the back burner and never brought out again.
Thanks for that.
No
Thanks,
worries.
Johnny.
Sorry, Johnny, I just wanted to clarify that just really quickly with you. So the coastal development plan that's been done, so at this point, and the pictures and for things that were going to be happening at Te Waiti, what has any of them taken place? Because I mean, they look like really great, robust plans, and
None whatsoever.
Nothing's happened.
Well, all they did was add a donation box. It's only that went up.
And we got the toilet finally, Johnny.
And they got the toilets, and we're really pleased with those too. We congratulate the council for doing that. That's a great system.
Sorry, thank you very much for that, Johnny. I really appreciate your time after this evening.
Kia ora.
Next, we have Naomi Shaw, who's speaking on the proposed closure of their Te Waiti Reserve.
Koutou katoa. Ko Naomi Shaw toku ingoa. And thank you for the opportunity to submit tonight. And I'm one of those generational campers of 40 years. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that there is a flood risk that exists in the region. And in fact, every region, beside every river, every lake and coastline in New Zealand. So it's obvious that floods may or may not occur if it rains, stating the obvious there. So for the past century, how have people managed this situation? And here's how: it's quite simple. People keep an eye on the weather. And more recently, regional weather forecasts are also accessible with pinpoint accuracy. So if it rains heavily, then one stays away from low-lying areas close to rivers and lakes. So in other words, common sense prevailed. So why now has it been determined that suddenly a dire situation exists? It appears that Mr. Harry Martin, the Chief Executive of the South District Wairarapa Council, deduced that an extreme risk existed after a day trip to the Wairarapa coast. I note that Mr. Martin was appointed in June 2019, so his experience of this coast and region may be a bit limited. Mr. Martin has partly based this risk on his
Apologies.
Sorry.
It's Harry,
Yeah.
it's,
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Who on earth is Mr. Martin? Mr. Wilson has partly based this risk on his experiences of the Coromandel Peninsula. It seems that Mr. Wilson has not fully understood the weather differences in the two regions. So I did a Google search, and it says the rainfall in Coromandel is significant, with precipitation even during the driest month. The annual rainfall is 1,255 millimetres. Most parts of the Wairarapa Plains receive an average of around 800 to 1,000 millimetres of rainfall per year and are the driest part of the Wellington region. So I guess you would know that because you live there. In other words, the Coromandel has a 63% higher rainfall prediction than the Wairarapa. In the meeting in September of the South Wairarapa District Cabinet Board, Mr. Wilson referred to Te Awaiti Reserve as his area of concern, yet an article in the next day's Wairarapa Times showed a flood map of Tora. I was a bit confused. A subsequent meeting of the Māori Standing Committee on the 28th September had Mr. Wilson then talking about two flood maps, now involving Te Awaiti and now Tora. And this was backed up with another article in the Wairarapa Times. So we went from one campsite that was incorrectly identified to now two, all in the short space of a time. Mr. Wilson also based his proposed action on the flood maps obtained from the Greater Wellington Regional Council. These maps were created on gross assumptions with a climate change lens, and a formula has been provided as an explanation for the mapping. To clarify, a 100-year flood event has a 1%, that is a 1 in 100, chance of being equaled or exceeded in any 1 year. So on average, this is expected to occur once in 100 years based on past flood records. However, there are no past flood records to refer to, hence the guesswork. The region is actually regarded as a low-risk probability. This suggestion suggests to me that Mr. Wilson's decision to close two campsites is ad hoc, anecdotal, and without any proper research of both rivers actually being undertaken. In fact, the article states that the GWRC does not have complete detailed flood assessments, as the data they currently have is insufficient to be able to do that. So at best, it's a best guess. Our biggest concern is the lack of discussion and consultation with the local people, the ones who've lived there all their lives. This does not even take into account the many thousands of families who have camped here over decades, bolstering the Martinborough economy as they stock up on provisions as they pass through the town on their way to the coast. I'm an elected member on the Hutt City Council, and I'm aware of the Local Government Act 2002, which Trinity has already referred to, that provides a mandate on how all TAs must act. There is a process to follow, and Mr. Wilson has taken a shortcut in this process. The GWRC flood management document also states public engagement and participation in floodplain management planning will help reassure the public that sustainable actions are being selected, and focus should be on building understanding and trust locally, clarifying the responsibilities of public bodies and others, agreeing on priorities and setting realistic expectations, raising long-term awareness of flood risk and how this risk can be managed and mitigated, and engagement should occur at all phases of the floodplain management process. If you go ahead with Mr. Wilson's best guess is setting precedents, on that basis, all camping grounds next to rivers, next to lakes and by the sea in New Zealand must be closed. To deny whānau and others the opportunity to take their families camping is incomprehensible. The decision looks to me to be a complete overreaction to a perceived risk. If we were to adopt the same risk-adverse attitude to other things in the region, then we would have to ban or cease a large number of activities. We do need to get our heads around the fact that risk is a fact of life and it cannot be eliminated without a lot of collateral loss of quality of life in other respects. I ask you tonight to pass a motion to Council to halt all proceedings and to close the campgrounds, both campgrounds, and conduct a proper investigation with actual research and actual consultation being done with local people. Why would you do it any other way? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Very informative.
Thank you very much, Naomi, for speaking with us this evening. Now, does anyone have any questions? Aidan?
Good evening, Naomi. Once again, yeah, thanks for that info and those details. You said you've been camping out here for 40 years. Have you originally resided in the Wairarapa?
No, I haven't. I'm Lower Hutt based. Obviously, my whānau live in Martinborough, so I'm a regular visitor to your beautiful region. And no, I'm not locally based, but I'm pretty much over there many times. As soon as the weather's fine, you'll see me over there. It used to be tenting. I moved into a van and now I have the luxury of a motorhome. And there have been times that I've gone over there during winter as well. And I have to say that I've never ever seen that lagoon at anything other than low levels, even when there has been heavy rain.
Okay. Great, thanks. So over the winter periods, how popular is the campground in your experience?
Oh, hardly anyone's here. I mean, as I said before, it's really common sense prevails and we wouldn't go that often. It was windy, but it is a beautiful region. And even in its wilderness, it's lovely. But we have been out there on our own on those days. I do remember clearly, I went out there on a Christmas day, and of course that's usually when it's very, very busy, and it was terrible weather, and we were the only ones there. And so we parked up in the grass reserve and had, a couple of days of no people being around, but the weather was pretty lousy and understood that, and nobody came out.
So was that on the lower level, right alongside the river, or the higher
Yes, it
level?
was. It was on the lower level, on the grass. I could even show you photos of that exact spot. And I took photos from our van looking out over the reserve, so you can see that there is actually no, if there was a storm raging, and there was absolutely no risk of flood at that time.
It's great. Thanks so much for your time and your submission.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Naomi. And any other questions here? Let me bring everyone up. No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you again, Naomi, for your time this evening. I really appreciate it, Claire.
Thank you very much. Good luck with all of this.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jenny Boyne, who's going to be speaking on the campground closures at Tora.
Hello, and my name is Jenny Boyne, and my husband Alistair, who is also known by the name of Tora, live and farm on the Tora Farm Settlement Road. The family have been continuously farming here for almost 70 years, and I'm a member of the Awhia Opaʻawi Catchment Committee. We live adjacent to the South Tora Reserve, which is next to the Arawhiti stream and a popular surf break. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Tora Te Awiti coastline, it is exposed to the elements, and the weather generally dictates the length of stay if you're camping in a tent. Alistair has spoken with the CEO, Mr. Harry Wilson, who explained that the decision on the camping grounds was his and that it was up to him as he was responsible for the reserves, and cited that it was a safety issue as he had experienced a similar layout and consequences of a flood firsthand in the Coromandel. We respect Mr. Wilson's views and his position as the boss at the council. However, we do not think that Mr. Wilson has considered ramifications of closing these on the impact of our farm. We're not NIMBYs. We don't mind freedom camping. The decision to snap close these two camping grounds will only add pressure to the remaining one. Where are the 3/4 of campers going to go should these grounds be closed to overnight camping? The South Tora Reserve will be squeezed, and the public just last weekend were parked up on either side of the road, and that was only because the surf was up. There has been no funds spent on these reserves, and due to the lack of maintenance by the council, actually all the reserves have deteriorated. The only enhancements the council has made are funding for the picnic tables through the community board by Ali McMaster a few years ago, and we have regularly taken the time to put in submissions for amenities, and the last time was a few months back when I came to the community board meeting in town to request barbecues. We also supported the council when Mr. Crimp, the previous CEO, asked us in 2017 to write a letter of support to obtain funding from the Crown specifically to accommodate tourists and freedom camping, which we did, and resulted in the toilets at Sandy Bay and at White Rock. We feel that this is a community issue and feel that any decision should be made by the community boards. Any decision should be made by the community board's recommendation to council. Lastly, the road at Tuchamuri is, in our not so science-based opinion, is more prone to flash flooding, and the number of people who are rescued from that stretch of water by the locals are rescued more often than what happens out here. We would like this area to get the same attention as the reserves and respect that reserves have been given. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Jenny. Does anybody have any questions for Jenny this evening? Councillor Colenso?
Jenny, if the camping grounds were to be closed, what impact does that have on you and Tora with the people still coming out there?
Well, the CEO's response, so it's what Mike first said, he, and we agree with him, the response was, well, if they come on our place, that's a issue, you can use trespass notices. Now, we live right beside the camping ground. That's not really an option for us. I mean, do we want to see our buildings burnt down or our family not safe? So it is going to impact on us because we'll be the ones left to monitor it. And there's enough pressure on the coast now. So yeah.
Now, you've lived out there a long time. What have you seen any flooding or anything like that out there, or any danger to the campers at any stage, Jenny?
No, it does flood, but I wouldn't. It's like that picture that Finney put up. The river rises, and it's the same down at the North Tora Reserve. The river rises, but I mean nothing gets washed out to sea as such. And because they're in such a bad state, there is still room around those camping areas to put in camping facilities, but they've just been left to rack and ruin.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, through you, Mel. Jenny, you were talking about the flooding on the road at, I'm guessing at the Tuchamuri at the school area.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Are there any? Do the council put any signs, any warning signs up, or anything like that, warning people of the flooding?
I've written to numerous times to the council, and over the years for the rest of it, there is now two little signs that have got a little padlock, and they come down the flooding, but they've only been in there in recent years. But it really needs a sign at the East Coast corner saying flooding at Tuchamuri.
Yeah, yeah.
But raising that has caused a whole can of worms because once again, the consent cost to actually raise the road was prohibited because there was no scientific based or no analysis. There was no recordings to know if it was flooded or not. So, yeah, so I agree with the previous speakers. There's been no, Greater Wellington did not have enough information.
Cool.
Sorry, Jenny, did you just say that you were advised that there wasn't sufficient analysis to make decisions around the river flooding at Tuchamuri for signs to go up?
No, not for the signs to go up. No, to be able to raise the road without having a lot of money spent on getting a consultant in to do the plan to be able to raise the road. For a resource consent to be able to be, I think, to be not accepted, isn't it? So basically, to be able to apply for a resource consent in Greater Wellington to be able to raise the road. But councillors all know that, and the roading guys have been trying for years. But there needs to be signage in town for that flooding area, and that goes up because the other day when those reserves only had a little puddle in them, there was 3 floods across the road between here and town. And yet the campgrounds were dry enough.
Okay, so in the high flood levels, there was no, the campgrounds were fine. Just the most recent flooding.
Well, like Mike said, we got 60 odd mils of rain out here, and inland they got about 120.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jenny. Did anyone else have any more questions?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, Councillor Mina.
Hey, Jenny, I remember that. Actually, so I just wanted to clarify with you. You guys were approached as part of the for the freedom camping because of the areas there, and that actually provided $250,000, wasn't it?
We were. So the District Council got given a big wad of money in 2017 to do upgrades on the campgrounds down at Nawee as well as out here. So it was a last minute request from Paul Crimp, would we support it? And I had my wah-wah about the, at the same time, I said, yes, we're happy to support it, but I was having a wah-wah at the boat launching at Sandy Bay being paid for. But I was more than happy to put a letter of support in, and the council was successful, which was fantastic.
Yeah. So just to, I guess I'm just wanting to so that was the to go towards the 250,000, which was for freedom camping and tourism. Yes. within the South Waiata Upper District, but it was coastal areas that were kind of and those freedom camping areas that were asked to put in letters of support. Is that right?
I don't know. They just asked us because we were locals, would we support it? Because I think Mr. Crimp needed a few locals for letters of support. So I'm not sure who else wrote one, but yeah, basically we put one in, and it'll be on the file somewhere in the council.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for that, Jenny. That's good to know.
Yeah. Councillor Maynard, I think I can help with that. That's when I think they put the toilets at out by Jenny, and then they did up the toilets round at Nawee as well. So there was the two areas. I'm not sure whether Lake Ferry got something as well, but in those areas, yeah.
Madam Chair, can I speak on that? Because I actually finished the project when I started there.
Great. Yeah, that would be great, Bryce.
Okay, so Jenny is correct. Toilet went at White Rock, new toilet replacing the old dunga that was there. Sandy Bay toilet went in. Down at Nawee, they put in a camper van storage tank. There was some work done on the concrete out the front where the rubbish is, and there was supposed to be some work done on the Nawee freedom camping to cover in a drainage area down there. But by the time they got to that and the cost of shipping stone from central North Island, that part couldn't be done. We didn't have the funds left over to actually finish that piece of freedom camping work on the Nawee campsite. And since then, last year, the funding was only operational that was given for freedom camping, which we funded bylaws, toilets, promotional, cleaning tanks, cleaning, etc. I think this year there may be a possibility that it's CapEx, but I think this could be the final year. So I'll have to clarify that. It's not quite time for that to come out yet from local government, but it will be soon. Okay.
Thanks for that, Bryce.
Lovely. Thanks, Bryce.
Thank you very much for that information, Bryce. Now, were there any other questions for Jenny just before we? Okay. I know it might seem a little bit unusual, but are we able to just, if everyone can just maybe stand up and shake it out for a little bit, and before we move on, I'm just very conscious that we're keeping people sitting and on these Zoom meetings, and I want everyone to stay safe. So,
is it possible to have just a quick 10 minutes just to have a stretch and everything, Mel? Please.
Steph,
that's if we've finished the public.
Yeah, the public participation point is finished, and we would be coming straight back to speak on actions that we would like to raise from our public participation. So I just wondered if, whether or not everyone wanted to shake it out and carry on, or do you, would everyone prefer to have, a break, of 5 minutes, say, also. Is that?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to have 5 minutes. Just make a decision.
Yep.
Thanks. Cool.
Just make the decision.
Yep. And that's okay, Steve?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, fantastic. If we could just pause the meeting for right now, if everyone can, it's 7:51. If we can please resume the meeting at 7:56, and we'll come straight back into actions from public participation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We're having a stretch. Go back to 5 minutes. Do what? Yeah. She needs some power to it. Yep. Six. 60 meters of what sort of flex? Of flex, did you say? So, where is it plugging in? Oh, yeah. And have you got some silos there? Oh, probably. Every time I go down your drive, the other thing I really look at is that lovely old orange tractor. I'm not sure what it is even. It might be in the pajamas. Hello. Oh, I'm here. It's hot. Have a look around. Oh, the orange one? No. That's natural fishing orange. Huh? Have you? Okay, well that's definitely worth a look. Hey, when do you want this work done? Well, that's gone. Like Monday? Quite often, yes. Yeah. But give me a realistic, yeah. Like today, my day was, I'm going to go into work
Okay. Kia ora koutou katoa, and welcome back to our meeting. Now, I sincerely apologise because I did have some information, as I said earlier, from Marcia Hunter, Marcia and Ian Hunter, in relation to the campground. The reason, because Ian's been a resident there for over 60 years, and Marcia has been there for over 38 years, and they would like their views to be recognised as well. So I'm just going to start by reading out the email from Marcia. So, after listening to Zoom meetings on the 15th of September, the council meeting, and the 28th of September, the Māori Standing Committee meeting, where this issue was discussed, it was very unclear whether the CEO was given information on flooding or the flood risk by the Greater Wellington Regional Council, or whether the CEO approached the Greater Wellington Regional Council for flooding information. Adrian Staples, our Greater Wellington Regional Council representative, provided me with information after she caught up with the flood management team at Greater Wellington Regional Council with regard to what advice was given to the South Wairarapa District Council. It would appear from the information she's received that the CEO approached Greater Wellington Regional Council. I disagree with both the information that the CEO presented at these meetings and his arbitrary decision to close the campgrounds without proper consultation. So, our Greater Wellington Regional Council records show the river is over 20 kilometres in length, the catchment is steep and approximately 65 kilometres squared in size. Our Greater Wellington Regional Council modelling tells us that there is a 1% chance in any 1 year of a flow over 260 cubic metres squared, which is the size of the flood used in our flood maps. The time for floodwaters to reach the mouth would be approximately 3 hours. Even allowing for the margin of error in the data set used for flood modelling and taking into consideration the latest climate change reports provided to Greater Wellington Regional Council by NIWA that they should expect more extreme weather events, I find it hard to see how the decision-making process to close these designated camping areas for camping can be made under the operational powers held by the CEO as a flood risk issue. Further, from information I was given by Adrian Staples, we, the Greater Wellington Regional Council, do believe that there is a risk of the campground being flooded during or after an extreme weather event, but we do not supply recommendations on how that risk should be dealt with. In conclusion, this suggests that the risk factor only pertains to extreme weather events. Further, the use of emotive imagery, a caravan washed out to sea in the Coromandel, at the Zoom meeting on the 15th of September to sway the council members to move quickly, that is to endorse the use of the CEO's operational powers on the grounds of degree of public risk and emphasising the similarities of the camping areas to stress the point without producing any evidence. The CEO also told the council members that he had talked to residents without saying who these residents are and is their information without bias. Has there been any discussion with the local river scheme committee, the Asia Upuawe scheme especially, now that 2 designated camp areas are being targeted? The response from members of the South Wairarapa District Council and Māori Standing Committee to this issue has been disappointing. This statement supports the continuation of the designated camping areas and refutes the use of the operational powers by the CEO to close the designated camp areas due to the above reasons. And that's signed by Marcia Hunter and Ian Hunter. Just to bring that view into consideration as well for this evening.
But Mel, can I just clarify the relationship of those people with the, you were speaking on behalf of the Greater Wellington Regional Council who's speaking next. Can you clarify their status in relation to speak on behalf of the Greater Wellington Regional Council?
She has only stated on the information that she's received from the Greater Wellington Regional Council. From Adrian Staples, it would appear that that's...
So you're saying that email is from Adrian Staples?
No, the email is from Marcia and Ian Hunter. So Ian's been a resident of Tora for over 60 years, and Marcia has been living there for over 38 years at Tora.
So just clarifying, the impression on that conversation was it was from the Greater Wellington Regional Council's terms of their position, and that is not their position. It's a view expressed by someone else about the view of the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Is that correct?
Yes, well, this is specifically an email that has been written for us to share this evening, based on from the sounds of things, the conversation that she's had with Adrian Staples regarding Greater Wellington Regional Council.
So for clarity, email that you just read is not a position from the Greater Wellington Regional Council.
No, it is it is from Marcia and Ian Hunter, who are long-term residents of Tora.
So I think what has happened is that they were unable to speak tonight, so they've submitted this email and a statement. They've done some research by contacting the Adrian Staples, the elected Wairarapa representative on the Greater Wellington Regional Council, and it seems that she has spoken to Wellington Regional Council staff to gather the information which she has then supplied to the Hunters, and they've included in their email. That's my understanding.
That's what it reads as, is that Adrian Staples provided her with information after she caught up with the flood management team at Greater Wellington Regional Council. Yeah. And that's the... I did forward this through, but it is actually sounding a little bit like some of my emails today that I have forwarded through might not have reached some of our members so earlier, which is why it's great if people can also send those directly to us all with their submissions. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy for this email to be resent back through to you, Harry, or to Suzanne and Steph have copies of it.
That would be useful. Certainly we've got Graham from the Greater Wellington Regional Council to answer some of the questions that people have posed today about the flood risk. I just want to clarify that it was actually a view of the Greater Wellington Regional Council from the elected member versus someone interpreting a comment or a view. Yeah, so yeah, it's important.
Harry, I think in there was only one statement by that was reported to have come from Adrian, which was just the piece in the middle of it, which had been read out. Yeah, the other were, if I've got it right, were from Marcia and Ian. The rest of it.
Yeah, thank you. That's cool.
Yeah, from the residents, and that was pretty much stated right at the very start that this was from the residents, not from Greater Wellington Regional Council. That was just one part that was said, and that was a part of that statement. But nowhere in there did it say that they were speaking on behalf of the Greater Wellington Regional Council.
No, not at any time was that said.
Yeah, that's important because the next person speaking is speaking on behalf of the Greater Wellington Regional Council. So I just want to check that out. Thank you.
Okay. So in that case then, Harry, I mean, we're going to be moving on to actions from public participation. Are you saying we should really hear from these guys as well before to help us, to make recommendations to council or recommendations from public participation?
So I think there's a number of matters. Let's deal with the ones that were not about the campground, and then we'll come on to the campground. And a recommendation is that we bring forward from the chairperson's report, the action, so people don't have to wait. They can hear what the view from me and the regional council is relating to the campgrounds issue.
Okay.
Mel, could I ask a question? When we start talking about the campground, could we ask Mr. Wilson if he would be able to share a Google map of the area so that we can just all be on the same wavelength about which camping ground and things like that we're talking about, okay? Just so that we've got that clear and we've got the map up, if he's able to.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about this, Pam, as long as the technology allows.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sorry about that. I asked if he would bring those along to help us with our discussions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pam.
So, Mel, just to help, there were a couple of issues outside of the campground, which shall we deal with? Well, the first was Mike
Absolutely.
Armour's
The first one that we have, Harry, was Mike Armour, who was wanting to speak about the footpaths or lack thereof between Sackville Dublin and Dublin to Regent Street.
And a few others. So look, before we start that, can I introduce Stefan? Stefan is our new Group Manager for Operations Support. Welcome, Stefan. You're there somewhere. There you are. Yeah. So he's picking up some issues from you. So when I saw Mike's email, I asked Mike to our team to get a bit of a view about these things, and he'll give us some feedback on that.
Okay, great. So sorry, so just to be clear, so Stefan is the new infrastructure or operational, what's the title?
Group Manager Partnerships and Operations. So he's Ewan's replacement and a wonderful addition to our team, can I say. He's only been in the job, how many weeks, Stefan?
It's be 7 days in the job, yeah. Madam Chair, given this is the first time that I've spoken, if I could just introduce myself. Kia ora koutou, I'm Stephen Corbett, GM Operations and Partnerships, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and it's good to see you all this evening. Just in relation to the submission made by Mike Armour, we have listened carefully to that submission, and we want to thank him for drawing it to our attention. Of course, we acknowledge the situation that he is in and the inconvenience that some of those issues are causing residents. I've talked to our roading team and the engineers on our roading team. At the moment, we have a fully allocated work program in relation to the roading work that's ongoing in the region, and I believe that council is well aware of that, and there isn't any current under resolution, there isn't a plan, at least in this financial year, to install any new footpaths. That's unless they're connected to existing works, like the Five Rivers Hospital, for example, or in conjunction with the installation of curb and channel, which is a major part of our program of work at the moment. So other than approved works or where we're doing curb and channel, there isn't a plan to install footpaths this financial year. I have talked with the team to see what kind of priority the issues that have been raised by Mike Armour might be given in the following financial year. And I can't make any promises, but the message that I'm getting is that we'll take a very close look at the issues that have been raised and try and get them on the work program for the following year. Certainly the repair of the road surface that he mentioned at Sackville and Dublin, that is already planned to be done in the next financial year. The reason why it hasn't been done sooner is because there's subsurface work being done on water leaks in the area, and we're not able to address the road issues until the subsurface issues have been done properly. The footpath and there's a lipless pram crossing that he mentioned. Those both would need to be addressed at the same time. So when the footpath is put through from Dublin and Regent Street, then the pram crossing has to be installed at the same time. Which, as I say, I'll talk to the team about the priority we can put on that for the work for the following financial year. So that was kind of where I got to with this. That's my 7-day experience talking. I hope that's useful, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for your input. I really appreciate it. Councillor Maynard.
Can I just ask, Stephen, I know that you were saying that I'm glad that you did cover off, though, that did not include the maintenance and repairs that he was showing. So some of the work that he has brought up would still be looked at, not all of it. You know, some of the repairs would still be looked at in this financial year, because my understanding was that repairs and maintenance, although not new footpaths, there'd still be repairs and maintenance, which is a part of what we do at council, that would still be going on.
So, Mel, I'll just answer that. Poor Steph's been here 7 days. So perhaps absolutely right. You know, these things, yes, they're requests from the community. We've got to program them. And you know, there's sequencing that goes on between road repairs, water leaks, and that kind of stuff. But the maintenance costs we've got to look at as well. There's a tail to all these costs, and so perhaps absolutely right on that. Yeah.
Thanks, Harry.
Okay. Sorry, Aidan.
Welcome, Stephen. Hopefully we'll meet face to face at some stage, rather than over digital. Harry, I'm just wondering, this was apparently first raised by Mike Armour on the 20th of September 2020, so that's over a year now. Can some of those repairs, rather than be left with, you know, for later in this financial year or even next financial year, be addressed a wee bit sooner, since he's already contacted council, hasn't had any reaction, and then come to us? I think earlier on there was some, I think in the last few weeks there was a public press release saying that council had received a bit more funding from NZTA for low cost, low risk works. With some of that.
So Aidan, so the answer is, first of all, I need to investigate that just to check, because I'm appalled that you know, if the people raise an inquiry with council, we get back to people, and I'm very surprised that we haven't. And if we have, I'm disappointed. And Stephen, as a new manager, will pick this up in terms of making sure our customer response is right. So I just need to check that out, and I have no doubt about Mike's integrity on that. But again, because people raise things, we need to actually program the works. So I'm not trying to make an excuse, but it's about 2 things. One, we need to be better at making sure that people raise things, they know what when the issue is raised and is responded to. Secondly, is whether it's programmed into the program works.
And then if it is programmed into the works, if that can be communicated back to people, so they are aware.
Yeah,
and then whether they put it in to make a diary note, so that they know and have some expectation as to when something's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
So can I move on to the other one, which is Clem's report before going back to the campgrounds?
If I could just clarify then, so the actions that the community board for this public participation is that it is going to be looked at for some of the things that he has shown for maintenance and repairs, or do we need to make a request?
No, yeah, I think there's 2 actions, and one is just to investigate the reporting, which says it was raised, and did we report back in the right time? And that's a valid complaint, and we should be addressing that. Right. And the second is reporting back what the time frame is and the programming is for the works, if they accept it as works we need to do.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And so the bottom line for me though is Mike will receive a response back from council regarding this.
Absolutely. Stephen's hot and ready to go.
Outstanding. So then moving on, then the second issue was about the rural, are we going to talk about livestock on roads? Was about to put livestock on roads?
Yeah.
The next
so
one was Mike Firth's thing about trying to keep livestock off the road.
Yeah.
And the fact that I guess the communication that was made, he was trying to say was that there are times when outside of their control, they have other people, you know, because they're in rural, who might access their land or leave a gate open and things.
We need to reply to that. There's equally, you know, number of people other than Mike, who's obviously a very conscientious and good manager of stock, unfortunately, who don't manage their stocks quite so well. So it's just a reminder that, you know, you come around a blind corner on a road, country road, and you know, unfortunately, there actually have been a few deaths from people hitting stock. So it's a balance of getting it right. Mike's obviously has understand it. He understands the issues. So I think his request is about the way we communicate to recognise the good things that people do, as opposed to just saying that everyone's bad. And I want to pick that up and just talk about the tone that we do. I think that's the impression from the meeting.
Yeah, I believe it was more around the communications, more than anything else, and that that possibly the communications could it felt a little heavy-handed, was my understanding and my interpretation of what he was saying. So perhaps to look at that and to look at other ways, like you said, sometimes these things, when they're only affecting rural, can possibly be sent out via email rather than going onto a Facebook page.
So just comment on that one. So on the email, we have a process where people have to opt in. So we send out an email request to people saying, would you like to be included in email addresses? And people will say yes or no. So it's one of those things where, you know, we'd like to reach people, but sometimes people say we just don't want to know through the email address. We can't use our rating database as a general dissemination of all sorts of things the council do. There's privacy issues and that kind of stuff, which is, that thing aside.
And just so everyone's aware, it is something that we have spoken about, isn't it, Harry, as council, because of the whole fact that things have changed now due to COVID, and that more people are actually, because they do want to be engaged, and in the past where they may have chosen to opt out. So we're just going to kind of, you know, do a kind of drive for that way we can get more people with their information for emails. So that way we can look at that. So I think it was quite timely, I guess, that
that's great.
Brought that point up.
Yeah, absolutely, Pip, that's exactly right. You know, we want to be able to reach people by email, and so we can tell people these messages, but it does rely on people opting in at this current point. We can't just use our rating database and just send it out to everyone. It's a caution on how we do that, but we would like to be able to do that. But I think his point is critical. Was you know, we want to encourage the good people to do the right thing, but how do you discourage the people that are you know, just not maintaining their properties and letting stock wander on the roads? Is fine. So we just find that cool. Yeah.
So just to be clear too, so that there won't be any stock put down or anything like that before there is, you know, full information released out there, asking people whether it's their stock, if anyone's missing anything, the exact point where that's been collected, all of those sorts of things, Harry?
Mel, that's $1 million question. So we get a report and it says there's a stock on the road. Our staff actually do, and Pam will reiterate, we reported this to a panel reg about dog control. Our first process is try and identify the owner. But if they don't have a dog tag, they're not microchipped. And that's one of the problems in rural areas. A lot of dogs, because they're farm dogs.
Even the fucking dogs.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not. So there's no easy point to say. In urban areas, that's really easy because we know that.
Unless something dropped out, I understand.
Sorry, Mike, your speaker's still on.
Yeah. So our first preference is exactly as Mike said. If we can identify where the dog came from, so much the better. But it's easy in urban areas where you can find, you just microchip it. And
no,
sorry, we're getting off the topic. This was about stock. This was about cattle, not dogs. Yeah. So this is actually about stock. But Aidan's had his hand up for a while.
Sorry, Aidan.
That's all right. I'll just find. Yep, I am off mute. One of those other issues that Mike did raise. Sorry, I'll just go back a step. I think in my previous experience, 90% of residents, or whether a good residents and 10% of the population are responsible for 90% of the problems, is what I've found in the past life. I think one of the things that Mike was also raised was the fact about the stock control officer not making contact when some of his stock were out just down the road. So I'm just wondering as to whether, when things have been looked at, as to whether, I don't know, whether they have, your stock control officers, Harry, have SOPs or standing operating procedures, and whether something could be added to that, so it might expedite a process by local houses being visited to find out where that stock might belong, rather than waiting for and then sending a bill for 3.5 hours work. It could be expedited and sorted sooner rather than later.
The answer is yes. That is one of our standard operating procedures, but the other immediate risk is to get the stock off the road immediately. And so that's where it gets complicated, because you don't want to leave them on the road or near the road. And so you've got to get them somewhere. So look, it's just one of those, but it is exactly what we do. We try and find the landowners. They may be on the farm, they may be out. When you drive up to the home, you're out there for a limit. You can't wait around forever. So it's a tricky thing. But our operating procedures try and identify the person who owns the stock in the area, in the proximity, and make sure that they take responsibility for it soon.
Okay, great. So the main action from that is just the communications, lens, I guess, would be looked at to ensure that it, I guess, strikes right.
Yeah,
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Mel, it's one of those hard things. It's you try and communicate as well as you can, and we can always improve. But it's also, some people read it in different ways, and it's good farmers like Mike is saying we take responsibility. There's shit that goes on, and please don't tell us that we're doing wrong. The side is this bad, as I can see 10% of people who just do it really badly, and it's trying to get the right balance correctly.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Harry. And Pam, did you have something to add there?
Yes, I do. Harry, perhaps we could use the rates newsletter to advise people that we're happy to contact them by text or by email, and if they would like to opt into these services, then have a contact number that they can email you on to advise which of the services they would like to opt into, just so that we can update their records, especially as Pitt's Councillor Maynard said that these times of COVID and more people staying at home, these options are much better for people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Pam. So the more we can inform people by email directly and through general mail outs and those kind of things, or website, the better. Yeah, and we'll use that opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Great. I would just like to say Facebook is a good way to access a lot of rural and remote users. So I think I guess we all need it every now and again, just that reminder about the fact that something on Facebook, once it goes out, it's out there forever.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well.
so the next person who was speaking on an alternative topic was Clem Beck, who has a couple of actions, I guess, that he was talking about. Yeah, so one was around, I guess, the change to the meeting times, where there's been some creep. I mean, are you able to talk at all about that, Harry? Or
Yeah, absolutely. So It was, we actually did this to you guys. We did explain this in the scheduling report from Steph that went to you guys.
So this is when we approved the calendar for meetings, when we said that we declined moving to the 8-week cycle, like everyone else, we wanted to remain on 6 weeks.
In this specific time, it was around the scheduling due to Christmas. So you adopt the calendar as 7 weeks, but you didn't want to finish too early for Christmas. So it was trying to make sure you had a regular calendar between here. So there's regular events, but this particular time, the meetings were altered with your agreement, so they didn't finish too early before Christmas. So there were things that actually which you guys adopted, and it was in the public arena and that kind of stuff. So the reasoning was around how to get the sequence of council meetings lined up before Christmas, so you could make recommendations to various committees. So it wasn't arbitrary. It was, and that was an agreement by you as a council, as a committee.
So this wasn't raised at that 8 when we approved the when we had the discussion about the 8-weekly cycle. This was something that
so this is so the 8-week cycle is standard, but there's been an amendment to it to try and get
sorry, Harry, it's not standard for the Martinborough Community Board. The Martinborough Community Board voted for 6 weeks, not 8 meetings every 6 weeks. So if there was this change to them bring in more meetings or to fit in an additional one, or to make one less, then this is where the creep that they're not understanding has come in.
I'll get Steph to answer, but it was seriously, we reported it to you and said, this, if you want to get the reporting cycle by Christmas, this is the thing you do, and you adopted that, so Steph, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, when we put the report to you and you decided on your 6 to 8 weekly cycle, and there was the two calendars that you were able to choose from, and you went with the 6 weekly cycle. In the discussion of that report, there was some commentary there around the scheduling of the meeting. So I think the first one was pushed out for 7 weeks. I think that was to do with the approval of your submission to the long-term plan, so that could fit in with those consultation timeframes. And then your later 2 meetings have been were explained that it was 7 weeks, just so that you didn't finish up too early before Christmas, because otherwise you wouldn't have had that last meeting. So there was just a little bit of amendment there. Then that was approved at that meeting by you as the board when you adopted the calendar. So there haven't been any changes since that, aside from any that have been agreed with Mel when there was a available
just to a little bit earlier or what have you. Yep.
So those are the changes that have come through your approval.
Oh, great. So it is back to those original schedules. So I understand where I'm supposed to.
So there's a regular schedule. There's variations. We report to you guys. You asked for. We agreed.
So 6 weeks.
Simple.
Yeah, 6 weekly cycle, and that's why there's those 2 adjustments. Is there a way then, Steph? Are you able to? I'm just not sure if Clem is still with us, but I'm just wondering if you are able to just advise some of that. Of those 2 adjustments, or would you like me to do that?
I'm happy to do that. And also you'll be a report, I believe, to your next meeting around the calendar for 2022 as well, so you can relook at things then.
Oh, okay, and that's setting us up for next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know too, Steph. So thank you very much for that. And then
Clem had also brought up with regards to the council apology that was on the 3rd of September, and he was asking for the community board to ask what the plan is with regards to rates.
Yeah, to rectify this mistake, which was is also one of the recommendations in my chair report. So if we can just
square that off. No, I'm really happy to do that. So where we're heading to is we want public meetings. We want to schedule those, and we're trying to do that now. It requires independent facilitators and that kind of thing. We want that in time for the 17th of October council meeting. So council has the opportunity to consider the views of the community.
So you would be holding the meetings prior to the 17th of October?
Oh, yeah. And in time to consolidate the information for the public meetings to bring to the council meeting.
So in fact, Harry, so they're probably going to have to be in this next week.
May not be next week. I mean, there's
Well, then it's the 17th.
No, this is of November.
Oh, that's fine then.
Sorry.
Make it next week, and that gives us more time to collate.
Yeah, so the next meeting is the 17th of November of full council. So what we're hoping to do, what we're scheduling to do, is have a series of community meetings. Of course, COVID's been such a disruptor in how we organise those things.
Yeah.
Because COVID limits the physical capacity of a building by the number of people. We have to do things by Zoom. We want an independent facilitator and that kind of stuff. So long story short, we've got about 5 weeks before the 17th of November council meeting. We're just working out the time frame to hold a public meeting. So it's in hand and we're working on it.
And most definitely there will be meetings on rates in each of our towns, specifically only on rates, because that's a really important thing. We've got that Three Waters, which I really hope we can see some meetings about that, community meetings about Three Waters as well. But I really, rates is our major issue at the moment.
Yeah, so from your chairman's report, Mel, and we said we don't want the meeting diffused by different issues. It is just going to be about rates. Most importantly, it's not just what the issues is, what's council going to do about it. And so that's the stuff we're working on. And that's what we want the community meetings to be thinking about. So we can explain what's happened, but also what are the options to council to rectify these issues in line for a council decision on the 17th of November, so they can make a decision on where to go.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't give you the exact dates, but you can work out there's only about 5 weeks, I think, between now or 6 weeks. So we're just trying to schedule. We're always going to find an independent facilitator, someone who can work with the community. So there's just a bit of scheduling to do, but you will be hearing from us very shortly about that time frame.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, and that I'm glad that that's sort of something that can come out into the public domain, and people can actually hear that there is definitely a commitment from everybody, and an end date to that, so that there's an expectation, people can have the expectation it's definitely going to be done within the next 5 weeks.
And the important thing is there's also an opportunity, so we schedule the dates, there's also an opportunity where people know council reach a decision about what they've heard from the community. That's the important thing.
That's right, great, thank you. No, that's perfect. So,
Aidan?
Through you, Madam Chair. So could I just ask Harry, when is the next quarterly rates payment due?
It's going out in the next couple of days. And our intention is to make sure that communication about the community meetings, we're part of that communication to all ratepayers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Sorry, I'm just having a quick look. Okay, so it's the rest of the information now, and the speakers were all
about the
all about the camping ground closures. So did we want
over to me?
Greater Wellington Regional.
Sorry, just
Aidan?
to butt in, in the appendix to the chair's report, there's a lot of correspondence from a number of other residents who've discussed and contacted us with regards to the campgrounds. Have you had an opportunity to see that correspondence, Harry?
Yes, I have. Yep, absolutely. So let me just walk you through what you've heard tonight, and also what my decision-making process actually is, and then to hear from we've invited Graham Campbell from the Regional Council to explain flood risk and what that actually means. So with your forgiveness, I'll just Madam Chair, if you're happy to bring forward that item from the Chairman's report to this part of the agenda while people are still online.
Absolutely.
Good time to do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yep, that's fine,
Okay.
isn't it, Steph?
Yep.
Steph, that will be okay, Steph?
Yep. Graham, you there?
Yes, that's fine.
Thanks,
Cool.
Steph.
Okay, look, this is a really tricky thing to work through. So I'd just like to start off with just a few personal observations and walk into my professional obligations and then talk about the flood risk. So, because a lot of people have said Harry's just flicked out there for 5 minutes and made a decision, which is entirely incorrect. But so first of all, I grew up, like most of us, in a time where you could camp in New Zealand, you could camp by rivers, you could do whatever you liked, and you just know the risk. Just know the risk. My fundamental difference is I worked for a Waikato Regional Council, and I know a number of people have made comment about the Coromandel and various things, but unfortunately what it does to you is it actually makes it very real. So people talk in the abstract about risk, but what it means is when you deal with situations where there are surge events in the Thames Valley that take out houses, when you deal with camping grounds that people's caravans are washed out at sea and someone dies, you actually understand the consequence of these things. They're not abstract, they're real. And so people speak lightly of my experience, but actually I've been there. I've seen a whole lot of this stuff happen. And all those times people said to me at the time, well, we just didn't see it happening. We didn't see the risk and that kind of stuff. So, there's a personal element to this, which I'm gladly to declare, because I've seen it. I've seen people die. Okay. And let me make that really, really unqualified. I have seen people die. So that's the first thing. The second is the challenges about what are my obligations as chief executive? So, and consultation and those types of things. So in this kinds of situation, as a chief executive and as the council executive accountable for these things, I have to make a call, and as people are rightly called, on the is there a risk? What's the level of risk? Can you mitigate it? And is this something that could have serious consequence? And a number of speakers have spoken so eloquently about those things. And so what I wanted to do was hear from the members of the community. It's not a consultation, and I'm really pleased with the speakers who spoke tonight, because they're generally reflecting the kind of views the community will have about these kind of things. People are used to camping, they're used to being able to do these kind of things, and so I don't want to make this call lightly. I want to hear what the community views are, but most importantly around that is my obligation under the law, for better or worse, is I have a duty of care. And as a council, we have a duty of care. So if we can see a risk, we have to make an assessment. Is that risk serious? Can that risk be mitigated? And what do we need to do to lower that level of risk to public safety? And so I'm not making this decision lightly. I hate it. I feel like the Grinch who stole Christmas on these things. Like all of us. The difficulty in this situation is I have a lot of, and you'll hear from Graham, I have science. So there's a whole lot of science, which you'll hear from Graham later, which is against the popular opinion. About floods lapping. It's about all the things that, unfortunately, a number of people have. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, they're observations. But the science tells you something very differently about flood risk. And so I'll ask Graham to talk about what the science says that has informed my decision. So what I really need to hear from you as a community, is yes, of course we don't want to close campgrounds. Yes, we want to be safe. Yes, the evidence, but this is about modelling. This is about saying, what is the risk? What do we need to do about it? And as a chief executive, what is my duty of care to the public to make sure they're safe? So that's the call I have to make. So, and community board, please, the council hasn't actually heard this discussion. I'm asking you first to make this, to consider for me what you've heard, what your reflections are, but the critical questions you have to ask and advise me on is there a risk? I think there's pretty clear there is a risk. The second thing is, how serious is that? And thirdly, you know, if you look at the options that I have, if there is a risk, and you know, the debate is around how serious that is, what are the calls to try and mitigate it? And you'll find in the information is around, can you put in warning systems? Can you put in those things that will make sure that people, should they put themselves at risk, are warned adequately and be able to respond quickly enough in the middle of the night to respond and get out of a situation that could end up, unfortunately, with people dying. I'm not, you know, and I'm not using, please, I'm not using that term lightly, because actually people talk about floods lapping, and Graham will talk to you about that. But a flood isn't just water. Flood is logs, it is slurry, it is a whole lot of things that go on. And you have a combination of factors. This is water coming down a hill, it's sea surge, you know, those types of things. And so it's one of those horrible situations where you're placed in a situation where you know there's a risk, and no one wants to make a decision that stops people doing and enjoying something that's so fantastic in New Zealand. But, you know, in my situation, and that's why actually under the Workplace Safety and Health Act, they explicitly excluded people in a governance situation to make those calls. They actually removed it so that the officer responsible was the person who was liable for the decision making. You know, so, you know, unfortunately, and I hate it, it's not a council decision. It's not a community board decision. It's not a consultation decision. It is a call on safety and risk, public safety. And I have to make that call. And so, and I haven't, and deliberately said, I haven't made that call until I've heard from you guys tonight. And the critical thing is there something in the public safety area and the evidence you've heard from me and from the people that have raised it that I haven't taken into consideration that I could do differently? So that's cool. It is not about, you know, there's not been flooding here for 30 years, because I can show you evidence that there has been, you know, all those kind of things. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that have given me that evidence have said, and actually heard it from Jenny Boynes. You heard her say, you know, I'm making this conversation, but I know I'm placing myself at risk because people have padlocked my gates. And Alistair actually said to me, and she's put this photo in the arena so I can say compliment, he's worried his shed being burned down by people doing these things. So it is that really hard call to make. But what I challenge you to do, first of all, is just sit back and listen to Graham and talk to hear about the flood risk. And so you understand what it is. So, and then make comment about the things you think I should take into consideration. So if you have to go there, Mel?
Yeah, absolutely, Harry. Look, I think you misheard Jenny in her submission about if you close the campgrounds, what they have been told by council is that they will be responsible. So when everyone gets pushed outside their place because there's no camping areas, that they've been told, oh, well, you'll just have to trespass people. Now that is their concern on someone burning down their shed
and
their
safety.
Because they've trespassed somebody.
No, Mel,
Because that's what council's told
Mel,
them to do.
just I challenge you to ask Jenny, because that's not what I heard at all.
She's on here. She's on here. So maybe Jenny might be able to answer.
So Jenny,
can we just get some clarification, please, Jenny?
Yeah. Sure. No, the thing is, you end up. I just want to make sure that Harry, you're actually going to work out or take into consideration what the impact is on closing these campgrounds. Understand that you've got your concerns for health and safety, but Toochimuri is a far worse flooding place. But you're not worrying about that. You're worrying about a camping ground. And like I said, it's going to put pressure on the camping area. So they'll just spill over, like Mike said as well, along the coast on both sides of us. And issuing trespass notices is a sort of a no-go. That's just pushing the problem onto us.
So Jenny, you've obviously talked to your husband about what you talked to me about?
Yes, definitely.
Yep. So are you happy with me sharing what Alistair said?
Well, what? Yeah, you go ahead, because he's just standing here.
Okay, because I don't want to breach your confidence, because Alistair actually said to me, I don't want this in a public arena because I'm worried that my woolshed will be burnt down, which is something I heard you say at the same time.
Yes, that's right. But it's not so much the public arena. It's, he said, what will happen? And I agreed. What will happen to us if you, like your answer to was, when he asked a question, what happens when the public go onto our place down the road, because it's not all fenced off on the foreshore. And your response was, well, that's not a council problem. You could issue trespass notices, which is legally, it is, you're very correct. It's a legal right to issue trespass notices, but that then just is pushing the problem onto us from, so you're basically, you're just you're closing a campground, washing your hands of it because it's a health and safety issue, but then you're going to put the same issue on us. And what's those people got washed out to sea?
And increase the risk to the residents out there who do then go and try and issue a trespass notice or tell someone to get off their property and leave. You increase the risk because then will be a backlash.
Yeah.
So and that is exactly what Alistair contacted me about. He said, have you considered, and Jenny's right, she said, have you considered what the impact on other properties were around, and in this case it was around marron grass, letting people, all that kind of stuff, dust, all those kind of things. But Jenny, I'm interested because Alice said I didn't want to have this in a public arena because I was worried about my woolshed being burnt down. Is that not correct? So you've chosen to bring this into a public arena.
May I speak on this?
Sorry, who's that now?
Is Alistair Boyne can speak on this?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Alistair, if we could get your view, would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I was meaning was that if there's no campground down the other end, then a lot more people will camp on these areas here, which is fine. But what will happen is that the area will run out and people will start camping on my place. That's where the issue will start. Look, I don't mind campers all along my beach here. That's as good as gold. But when they start to get in my paddocks and with the stock and stuff like that, I don't really want that to happen. And once you have one person in there, then everyone thinks it's public domain to be able to go in and camp. And yes, I go and talk to people to say, hey, look, this is my land. Can you go out of it? But I don't want to be doing that every day. And yes, I can give trespass notices, but that's when public gets a little bit ugly after that.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Alistair, because I just want to clarify, because you'd asked me to have that conversation in confidence, and I didn't choose to raise this.
But it's okay because Jenny did in her public, she did actually talk about the fact that by closing these, it could actually propose more risk on the farmers out there by exactly this. And so that's where I think that confusion was. They're not saying that they're saying about it being more about the fact that by closing it, by having freedom camping, they'll just take the risk to go out there, move along to that area where they can go, which then puts the onus back on those farmers.
And that's exactly what Alistair explained to me, but at that time he did that in confidence. He said, my worry was that by closing this campground, have you taken into consideration the effect on other parts of land that are private, where people may choose to go, even though, and he's camper friendly, he said that to me. And he said, but he doesn't want his padlocks unlocked. He doesn't want his woolshed burnt down by people that, and the effect on marron grass and that kind of stuff. Alistair, is that a fair reflection of our conversation?
From people who have, from the closures, who have been forced because there's only a 4-tent site available at South Tora. So over Christmas and New Year's, he's saying that they would be pushed out to his property. I'm just wanting to.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to explain, because Alistair explained this to me in confidence, but obviously Jenny's raised this as a submission issue. But this is exactly what he explained to me, right? And so this is not about.
I think we've hashed this enough, and I'm really keen to hear from Graham from the Greater Wellington Regional Council.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Aidan. But actually, I just want to clarify that there's a number of conversations going on from residents and people, and so we just need to get the heart of the pub. And you're right, we need to get the public risk factor. And so I totally agree. Let's move on to Graham. So Graham, would you mind explaining, the evidence you've given to me and the information? Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you. Before you introduce Graham, could Mike say something? He's been waving his hand to try and say something here.
Yeah.
And I think as another property owner, that would be really great.
Yeah, sorry, Harry, to interrupt you, mate. I just want to clarify that burning of the woolshed thing is from a backlash caused by issuing trespass notices on these campers illegally camping. The burning of the woolshed thing is a figure of speech, basically, is what happens when people start giving backlash. So people start running out of areas to camp and end up on our private land, and your suggestion is to move them on with a trespass notice because that's the only option we have. That's when you start creating backlash that creates people to do things like burning down a woolshed or creating an unsafe environment in your house.
And that's what I'd like to clarify, because that was not the conversation I had with Mike. They said that's the option of last resort. Said what we need to do is try and find options where people can camp safely. Alistair, I really appreciate if you could clarify that, because it seems like the communication simply got to the point of me saying that your only option is to trespass people, and I don't recall the conversation being that way. So if you clarify that, would be really helpful.
Oh, sorry, he's just left the room there, Harry.
Yeah.
But no, the conversation. Hang on, he's just coming back. So hang on a second. Sorry. Oh, could you repeat the question? Sorry, Harry.
Yeah, Alistair, and just it seems to be the conversation you and I had, which you talked. We had a great conversation. It seems to transliterate and literally said the only advice I can give to you is trespass people, which is not the conversation we had. I thought we had a whole lot more in that conversation. It would be helpful because the audience here would assume that I'm just saying, well, suck it up and just trespass people, and that's not true in terms of the way I talk to you.
Exactly. There was no issues there in that respect. It was just that was one of the options that you said, and that's I said to you, well, what can we? What's going to happen after that is quite a few different things.
So long story short, I talked to you about we're going to try and find options for alternatives and that kind of stuff. Explain to me the issues, that kind of stuff. So that wasn't my initial response. That'd be really helpful because people are building the impression that all I said to you was just trespass them and the story's over, and that's not true.
So can I just get clarification really quickly once and for all? Jenny and Alistair, do you believe that it's a good idea to shut down these camping sites?
Personally, no.
Okay, thank you. As the residents, we've heard from Mike as well that he doesn't either. So as the two ones. So thank you for that. But let's just have a listen to Graham now, so we can move on.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I've got the easy part to some degree, even though flooding is about as complicated as it gets. what I can share with you is the flood information that we have that can feed into the decision making. I think, as Harry said, the decision's ultimately his, and we haven't made any recommendations here. We've simply been able to provide the flood hazard information that we've got and making sure people are aware of what that means. So I did put a little presentation together, mainly just to get a couple of slides up there. So I'll try and share my screen, and hopefully you might be able to see that. Steph, you might have to do something from your end by the looks.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I need to be doing. I think I need to make you a co-host, Graham, and then I should be.
Harry, are they the slides that were supplied to the community board members today with that information that you emailed through last night?
Oh, Graham may have additional slides. Yeah,
there
so
we go.
just making sure we're talking to the right thing. So yeah.
So you can see that on your screens now. Martinborough Community Board meeting.
Oh, nice.
Flood risk at Tora. Can I just get a signal? Can people see that?
Yes, we can see that, Graham.
Great, cool. Okay, so
oh, sorry guys, I'm kicked out of the Zoom meeting. Can you just give me for 2 seconds? I'm just going to try and log back in. Can you guys still see me?
You're still there, Mel.
You're still there, Mel.
Oh, weird.
We can see you, Mel.
Yeah, I'm being asked to complete a post attendee. Okay, great.
Have we gone over our time?
No, it's perfect. Yeah, don't you know after X amount of time they'll kick us out.
the wonders of Zoom meetings. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all be back together again?
No, well, thank you very much for that, Graham. Sorry.
You're okay, Aidan. It's just clicked over 2.5 hours.
Cool. So I was going to talk about the flood risk to the Tora Freedom camping site, and I did put this slide up. Hopefully you can see it, because I did want to make sure we were talking about the same place, because there has been some conversations as to whether we are.
Can we make this? Can we make it bigger, please? Can we make it full screen?
Yeah, I'll have a go. Hopefully that does that work for you?
No.
No.
Just up the top of your screen, if you hit on the big lightning, there, maybe. Try
that one, you reckon? Is that a bit bigger?
Yeah.
That's much better, Graham. Thank you.
Right.
Yep.
Sorry about that. So Tawaiti in the bay in there, and that was the street view map of the camping area. So I just wanted to be sure that we've got the right spot. This is the one that I was talking about tonight. We had actually given some information about the other campground to further south, which I think confusingly was called the North Tora Camping Ground, but making sure this is the one we're talking about. So the first one that we were able to put up is where would a flood go. So we've used in our regional scale mapping a 1 in 100 year flood return period flood event. So that's an event, lots of different ways of describing it, but on average a 1% chance of that event occurring in any 1 year. In a lifetime, an average lifetime, you've got a 50-50 chance of seeing a flood of this size. So they are rare events. They're not something you're likely to see every day. The flood modelling that we've got here is part of our regional flood scale flood hazard mapping. So we've mapped the whole region using a different range of sized floods, but this is the 1 in 100 year flood. And you can see some little square boxes on there. Basically what that's done is divided the entire region up into little grid sizes that are the size of the little square boxes that are on there, applied some rainfall to that, and then it runs off, it collects in certain places and then flows down the river channel. So That's the sort of scale that it's done to. If we were doing a particular river in a more populated spot, so the things that we've done for Masterton, Waihini and the Lower Valley, we would do a more site-specific model that would have a greater level of accuracy than this. But what we've done is done this regional scale modelling so that if anybody asks us for our advice, we can at least say this is the best information that we've got about what the flood extent would likely be if you had the 1 in 100 year flood. So
when was this information collated?
This was 2015 that we put this information together. Yep. So I do describe it as this is the best information we have. You know, people have said, oh, it's inaccurate, it's not very good, it's not the, you know, people have to make decisions on the information, and you have to make decisions on the basis of the information that you've got. This is what we can provide to show what a 1 in 100 year flood extent would look like in that area. So we've highlighted there the area of the camping ground, and as you can see, the bottom third is the area that's mostly affected by the flooding, and there's a couple of low spots that must come up. That's, I think in the picture we saw, there's a stream or a dry flow channel that comes down through there, so the water extends up into that a little bit as well. So that's as we understand it, the whole site, and that's the flood extent overlaid over that site. In terms of that, then you want to get, we have another element of the map. So I'll just finish there. The flood spread you can see based on those gridded squares. It's essentially based on the mouth remaining in a relatively closed situation. Obviously, it's got a force out at one end, but the model hasn't allowed for things like scour that might go on and the washing of the mouth out. It's based on the dry flow conditions, ground conditions. That's what the levels that have been put into it. So it hasn't allowed for the fact that the channel could blow out and the levels could be different in those areas. The other map that we put there as a comparison was then also what would happen from a sea or a storm surge perspective. So this is the inundation maps that again we have on a regional scale as to where the storm surge waters might go, basically coming from the sea with a relatively small flow coming down the river. And so these models are based. This is what we've called. This is a flat surface model with a 3 metre height above the normal sea level. So the 3 metre height above the normal sea level, where might that come from? It comes from two elements. Primarily, there's the element of when you get a big storm surge in here, you're normally in a very low depression. So the air pressure is very low. When the air pressure is low across these larger areas that cause the storm, the sea level actually forces itself into that area and sea level rises. So you'll get about a 1 metre increase in sea level rise as a result of that, what we call a barometric setup, because you've got such a big low pressure system, and so the sea level comes up. The other element that then comes on top of that is that you'll get the wave run up. You'll get the big storm, the big swells, and how far will the waves wash up. And we've allowed another 2 metres for those big sea surges that would come in through here. So that's how that map was derived. So both of them showing, in terms of that campground, relatively similar areas of inundation. I think the other one, going back to help you try and understand the 1 in 100 year flood, you heard from one of your submitters about the size of the catchment and things. Yes, we are talking about a catchment, about a 65 square kilometre catchment. Basically, with a catchment of that size, it's got a length of about 20 kilometres, and so a storm that would give you that maximum impact in there is something that would have about a 3-hour type time of concentration. So from the time the water fell at the top of the catchment, it'd be 3 or 4 hours maybe by the time it reached the bottom. So that's what we've described it as, a relatively quick response catchment. With your Ruamahanga River, you're more looking at 12 to 24-hour response time. So you've got a lot longer for those bigger catchments. This is a relatively short catchment with a fairly quick runoff time and about a 3-hour warning time. So you could go from nothing to a 1 in 100-year flow as shown on here in a 3-hour period. And that obviously could happen at any time of the day or night. And so when you're planning on how much you look at the risk, you've got to understand that it could be an event that could be up and down in the middle of the night and be gone by morning. So that they happen that quickly. The other one is the velocities. You will be getting some quite strong velocities if the mouth does blow out. You will get some quite strong velocities. A storm of that scale will have affected the whole catchment, so you will be looking at getting lots of debris flowing down into the channel and flowing down through this area. So it will not be fresh, lovely river water. It will be muddy, turbid water with big logs, massive big logs that'll get washed out of that area. The other one from our experience that you really do need to be considering is the ability or the remoteness of the site and how you might be able to get help, assistance and things in there. So yeah, what's the cell phone coverage like and those sort of things. So how might you, if you're going to look at ways of mitigation, you'd be wanting to think about how could you provide that. The regional council doesn't have any flood warning sites on this this particular river, so we don't have any ability to give you any warnings. The best that you would get from our knowledge would be through the Met Service and the normal storm warnings that would come through them, and we don't have any plans to put in any other systems in place there. So I think I've covered off most of what you might look at and think and expect in a flood. The ones that are most likely to affect this area would be more, from my knowledge of the area, would be the tropical cyclones or the ex-tropical cyclones, the likes of Cyclone Bowler, which start coming around the East Cape and down this coast. And our predictions with the climate change is that those are the sorts of events that are going to become more common down this coast. As the air temperature rises, those systems will travel further south, and you will start getting more of these ex-tropical cyclone systems that progress further and further south over the coming decades, effectively. So that's not something that's here today that you need to necessarily consider about when you're making a decision for what happens tomorrow or the rest of this year or the year after, but it is something that you will need to take into account in your longer term planning, that climate change will increase these discharges and the storm systems that come down will change, and the risk profile will change as well. So I think I've fairly quickly covered off most of those. I wondered whether really it might be questions that people have of me, and how I could perhaps explain some of those details a little bit more in terms of what it might mean on the ground and how those decisions might need to be made, or how Harry has to make a decision, sorry.
Hi, Graham. I've got a question, if that's through you, Madam Chair. So, Graham, just to for clarification, when you started, you said that there hadn't actually been the direct work, the same that had been done with Waihine and Masterton. So this area hasn't been looked at as such, like no one's gone down there and actually done the investigation?
Well, I've personally been there a couple of times, but no, we did not go down there to do the investigation. This is, as I say, it's the flood information here is based on our regional scale model, right, which is used what we call LIDAR, light ranging level information, and we've overlaid those rainfall on it and got it. So it's a modelling situation. It's not we've been down there, we've done an assessment. What we would do more typically with one of these areas is you would look at the geomorphology of the river and how that's changed over years. We have cross sections up the rivers, and so we can use real data cross sections to model the river levels. We would look more closely at the mouth conditions and what different type of mouth conditions you might want to model. But as I say, we do not have that data, and at the moment we don't have a plan for that data. This information is based on the regional scale modelling that we've done, and we use it in situations where we haven't done that more detailed modelling.
Thank you for that clarification. It was just that one of the things that was asked was about the fact that the people brought up the fact there was 2 people in the public that brought up the fact that it was a 1% AEP.
Yes, exactly right.
Which is that 1 in 100 year, which actually. So where does that sit on your risk? Because is it an intolerable high risk, or is it someone else stated it actually sits at the bottom of low risk?
It's a probability of flooding, and that's what we're displaying here. Risk really comes into it as when you overlay the probability of flooding and the consequence. So what's the consequence? And that's what you have to weigh up to get your risk. So when people would come and ask Greater Wellington about whether they should build a house in some of these locations, then you're overlaying the probability of flooding 1 in 100 year, and should I build a house here or not? We would always be advising to avoid the flood risk area, and certainly we would be advising to avoid a 1 in 100 year flood return period flood event for any sort of dwelling or buildings of that sort of nature. So what we haven't done, and what you would have to do here, is weigh up what's the consequence of this flood, and this is just the probability of the flood rather than necessarily the risk at this stage. If it's a bare paddock, the risk is very little risk at all. If it's full of campers because it's Christmas, and these storms can happen at any time of the season, really. It's not necessarily a winter thing. Cyclone Bowler was in the very beginning of March, so you are in those, getting into those more into the. It's normally February, March when you get those cyclones coming down, but again, that changes, and they can come down at any time, really.
And again, and we do get those kind of warnings on TV and everything when there's a cyclone approaching. so we're quite lucky in that respect as well. I just note as well on this, and it's showing that the majority of the camping ground is not underwater.
In a 1 in 100 year flood, it's
in a 1 in 100 year flood, it's not underwater.
I haven't measured it precisely, but you'd be about right. You're about half and half.
Yeah. So there's some areas within there, which again isn't dark blue either, but which is still showing, but it's also showing that there are those higher areas that some of our public speakers also spoke about that are still.
Yes, flicking back to that, you can see it a bit more clearly in the straight photo that there are high areas there. It's not all that stuff that goes right down to the beach. I presume that's quite often where people actually like to camp. But no, there are high areas that you could avoid the 1 in 100 year flood, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Sorry.
It's Tracy here. Am I able to ask a question, Graham?
Trin, at the moment, I'm sorry, we're actually outside of that public participation part, but sorry.
Flick it through, Trinity, because we're more than happy to ask it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, Aidan.
Thanks for that information and data, Graham. I've got a few questions. In the last week, has our GWRC elected representative, Adrian Staples, had a discussion with your flood management team and gathered information?
Yes, I've kept Adrian up to date with the information that we've provided, and she's had one email that she's responded to a constituent, as I understand it, yes.
So I think that information has probably formed part of that one of those submissions that was read out earlier on in the evening by from Marcia Hunter. So yeah, I think some of that information that came through in that submission mirrors what you've had to say. What, in your experience, what sort of rainfall level in that catchment would create a 1 in 100 year flood?
Look, I did hear some of that. I don't, unfortunately, have the rainfall depths for the 1 in 100 year flood on the coast. So I can't tell you, you know, people were talking before, you had an event that had a 68 mils down here and 120 further up in the catchment. I'd have to come back on that and confirm what rainfall depths were used to generate this 1 in 100 year model. Sorry, I just don't have that on the top of my head here.
That would be great, because that would be some really useful information. Thanks. And the other thing, one other question, what time of year would it likely, would the 1 in 100 year flood likely to occur out there?
To talk a little, it could happen at any time of the year with this area. My experience is that looking at the events and when they've occurred, you couldn't pick that it would happen more likely in winter or more likely in summer. As I say, my experience has been that it's ex-tropical cyclones, deep depressions, which have caused the biggest storms down here, the Wahine and those sorts of things. So those are in that Christmas to April, May sort of time. But it doesn't mean to say you couldn't get one in November.
Right. So just referring back earlier on, one of our other community board members, Nathan Fenwick, held up to the camera, and I don't know if you were online at that stage, but he held up a Google map view of the Te Awaiti campground area, where
yes, I saw that map.
The river was dirty, and I've just pulled that same image up at home on Google Pro, and the image date for that satellite image was taken on the 8th of December 2019, and that shows that the mouth or the split is closed. However, there is dirty fresh water seeping through out into the seawater on the southern, I suppose, the bottom side of that. So that was December, obviously, in 2019, where there was dirty water. The campground is still clear. The mouth is closed, yet there was water seeping out into the sea. It's was quite obvious and visible. So the date that these slides that you've got up on screen now, they were produced on the 22nd of September this year.
Well, the flood information that's overlaid, it was developed in 2015,
yes.
And we've used the regional orthophotography from 2017 to
yes.
overlay it on. Yeah.
However, down on the bottom, at the bottom of the map, to the left-hand side of the scale, is there a date there that says it was generated at 3:58 p.m. on the 22nd?
Yeah, plotted on the 22nd. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, great. Thanks. Now, are there some other slides available later, further down in that presentation, that refer to North Tora campground? Because we've received a couple of graphics that Harry has supplied us this afternoon about North Tora area.
Sorry, I haven't got those North Tora ones in here. I thought we were talking about this particular camping ground.
Right.
So,
okay. So what are the other
yes,
slides?
I've supplied similar maps for the North Tora campsite. From recollection, if you drew a map around the camp area, again, the whole camp area wasn't affected. It was, but possibly a little bit more than half, if I remember rightly.
Right. Okay. No, that's great. Thanks. Because yeah, we've got some here which was being supplied to us that were generated on the 28th of this month of North Tora.
So Graham, can I just clarify that the flood risks that you see in this campground we've just been describing, would you see they applying in North Tora?
Yeah, well, it's the same issues. Yes, the North Tora campground is a bigger river, so potentially a bit more fierce. But yes, similar sort of, you know, a 1 in 100 year flood is, you know, it's the same type of event in all the same places.
Sorry, sorry, I just want to clarify with you, Graham, because just Harry, in the information that you've sent us, it's got that Greater Wellington Regional Council has recommended that overnight camping should not continue on the lower portion of the Te Awaiti campground, and a more appropriate campsite can be found. So, Graham, this is your recommendation from the Greater Wellington Regional Council?
We didn't make a recommendation, and I do need to clarify that. That's not our place. But we did indicate that, you know, it wouldn't be sensible necessarily to camp down there. I haven't got the precise words that we sent through. Sorry, I'd have to unshare my screen and have a look at it to find that. But we as I say, in this one, I've got to be very cautious that we're not making any recommendations. I'm trying to provide you with flood hazard information and make sure people are clear about what that flood risk is, so that they can understand the basis on which the decisions were being made.
Are we able just to actually come out of this sharing, just so we can see everybody back on the meeting? Thank you.
Right.
Sorry.
Harry, are you able to share the Google Maps and just clarify that we are looking at 3 camping grounds today, or 2 camping grounds today, please? Because Graham's only talked about 1, so are we looking? Yeah, which ones we're looking at and which areas we're physically looking at, please?
Because are we only looking at like the lower ground, or are we looking at the full campsite? And that's where I'm getting.
We're looking at the full campsites. We're looking at all. So there's 3 campsites. Steph, do you actually have that there we can share?
Not on me. I would have to.
I can share the other one with you now if you want me to, just quickly.
Oh, thanks, Graham. That'd be great.
Was that the Tora North?
Yes. Well.
And then what is the third one?
South Tora.
So I'm sorry, Harry, but on the 15th of September at the council meeting, you first talked about the Te Awaiti campground. Then at the Maori Standing Committee, you've talked about the Tora North campground, and now at our community board meeting, you're talking about the South Tora campground. So that's 3.
No. So the question from Pam was about the South Tora. We don't think South Tora is a risk. So her question was which camping ground we're talking about. So I was hoping we had a visual that would show all the 3 camping grounds. So we just explained so we're clear about which camping ground.
So you're not talking. So you're not saying you're shutting all 3 camping grounds.
No, and can I be clear? We're not talking about shutting down the camping grounds. We're talking about overnight camping in 2 locations. So we're talking about Te Awaiti and North Tora, right?
So I've put up here
the North. We're not talking about shutting down the locations. They're still available for daily recreation, that kind of stuff. It's a flood risk at night that we're talking about is the risk.
No.
So Graham, have you got a or Steph, has anyone got a map of the whole 3? So we just show this up.
So if I just this is the same information overlaid on what is the North Tora site. I think if you can see my cursor, the camping area, as I understood it, was mostly around that area there.
Graham, do you have do you have a Google map that can you locate a Google map that shows that area so that we can actually see where the road goes, where the camping grounds are situated and things like that? Because it's too hard to see just from those little piecemeal maps where everything is actually situated in context to Boynes and Mike's and the other people at Tawhite.
I'll have a go at bringing up a.
I'm just wondering as to whether there might be an opportunity for perhaps, you know, I mean, we're doing a lot of talking and we've listened to a lot of people. There's obviously a lot of information which, you know, people are asking questions about, and I'm just wondering as to whether there could be a time and a place where that sort of information could be gathered and then distributed out amongst people, i.e., you know, a full map or with the areas, with the campgrounds that have been discussed, with the places and the properties.
So we do have two maps that do campgrounds, the North Tora and the Tawhite. And we have the information and summary that Graham has provided, which we'll put in a public arena. And right now we're not looking at South Tora. So South Tora campsite is higher, and we're not worried about that. So it's these two campgrounds that we're focusing on. So Graham's just trying to find a Google link to show where that was, you know, in a helicopter sense. If people, we're assuming the community board know where these campgrounds are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask them why we would need to close the full Tawhite campground when half of it is on higher land, instead of being able to have it all open and then just something saying that there's no camping here for the lower lying land?
Good question, Pip. If you look at the inundation maps, it's not half and half for a start. And the amount of camping area is actually quite diminished when you take in the high end of it. And the risk of people spilling out into the low end of it, short of putting up bollards and a whole lot of infrastructure, stop building down there is a risk. So how do you stop people moving into the if you say camping's allowed in this part of the camp versus the other? You know, and that's a real challenge. So
Harry, my question would be, who's going to actually police?
Who will stop anyone from camping here?
Yeah.
So can I reverse this conversation around? So the question here, let's start again. So first question, is there a risk? Right? And as a chief executive and as a community board, is there a risk? Okay, that's the first question.
Harry, I understand what you're saying with that. Can I ask, have you thought about the risk to those lower socioeconomic families who have nowhere else to take their families, and this is the cheapest option that they have a lot of the time, these camping grounds where they make the most amazing memories? And when we talk about social and our well-being, our physical and mental well-being, what about that risk?
So, but without being blunt, and we'll be blunt, should that risk result in a death of one of their family or their children, is that a risk you want to take? Because that's the question, isn't it? You know, so the this is not.
If it was open and there were lots of people there, and that could help them, as opposed to them choosing to go there where it's no longer.
So I just come back to the questions. Okay, so the first question is there a risk? The second is, can we satisfactorily mitigate that risk so it's managed?
Yeah.
So we avoid the consequence of those risks. Those are the three questions I have to be satisfied about. It's not a trade-off. It's not like putting up a sign and saying, caveat emptor, buyer beware, camp here at your own risk. You know, the world has moved well past that since, whether we agree or disagree, the law has actually placed obligations on people and organisations to make sure that doesn't happen, because history, unfortunately, has proven that's not a good measure. So it's like an example, an earthquake-prone building, right? So it's still standing, and people say, I would like to live here. And you say, okay, well, buyer beware. But we know that if an earthquake happens, it falls. You know, so that's the I'm trying to use an analogy, but this is the kind of call that we as public bodies have to make. We have a duty of care to our public. If we perceive there's a risk and we can't mitigate that risk satisfactorily through warning systems or it may be, and we think there's a strong probability the result of that risk could be high, then we have a duty of care.
Harry, how much risk assessment has been done? What risk assessment, what mitigation work has been done to look and make this decision?
So the mitigation is in the flood warning systems, and I'll ask Graham to talk about that. So I think, you know, so we're really clear here that there's a flood risk. It's going to happen. You're shaking your head. I'm surprised by that. But anyway, there is a risk that's been really clearly shown through the flood maps. It's saying an event could happen, and if it did happen, it could have serious consequences. So the next thing is, can we mitigate that? So Graham, would you like to comment about flood warning systems and how they operate?
Sorry.
So,
sorry, Graham. Yep, go ahead.
In terms of the area, we do not have a flood warning system for this. The best flood warning you'll get is the Met Service flood warning forecasts and the knowledge of connections with locals. So, you know, we couldn't provide a flood warning system for this. When we talked or some people talked a little bit earlier about the Ruamahanga and things like that, we do have numerous gauges on that river, and we do have quite a network of flow and level gauges. We can provide some quite good flood warning for that river, but we don't have an ability to provide any flood warning at this site. It would have to rely, any warning system would have to rely on the Met Service type system.
And Graham, and yet we know that when it comes to the Ruamahanga River and down here at Waihinga, that there has been so much flash flooding almost yearly that goes on there over summer, that there is literally flash flooding that happens every single time without a lot of warning. So
you have to get on the Ruamahanga River. You get the tributaries coming in on the sides. Yes. Yeah, and they have a much shorter response time. And again, for some of those, we don't have any warning systems on them either. We do for the major ones, the Waihini, Tohuranikau,
the Hautautra, the Tawera.
Yes, but for the smaller ones that come in there, we don't have any warning systems.
So no warning system. However, I did see, and I know Harry,
could I just interrupt? I think Steph needs to extend the time we can have our meeting for before we carry on. Otherwise,
it's absolutely correct. Because we also need to have a bit of a break as well because of the time that this is taking. I hate to be doing that again with the because we're still in the same space. So first, Steph, do I make a recommendation to extend the meeting if we take a 10-minute break now, and then a recommendation that we can to suspend? Is there a standing order? Did you say for?
So the standing order is that a meeting cannot go beyond 10:30 unless the meeting resolves to continue to do so. And then additionally, that no meeting can sit for more than 3 hours continuously without a break of at least 10 minutes, unless, again, the board resolves to extend the time limit before a break. So those are your options.
Okay. So
can I ask a question too? Because the meeting has gone on so long, do we have the option of continuing, once we've had our break and everything, continuing this discussion, but postponing the rest of the agenda until we can have a special meeting?
Yes, it can either be transferred to the next meeting, or it could be transferred to an extraordinary meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's something else urgent on here that needs to be discussed tonight.
Is that what you'd like us to talk about now, Pam, was whether we
need to have a break.
Sorry. Yeah, we
I think we
need to
can
have a break.
discuss that when we've had the break, after we've had the break.
Okay. Okay. So
Mel, if I could just, because I have to make a decision tomorrow because of Labour weekend about this. So I'm really interested, and please, I haven't debated this with council. I'm asking you guys first in terms of your views and your thoughts. Obviously, it's my decision. So from my personal perspective, this is really important. So I'm happy to have this discussion for as long as you need to understand it. And I can understand your community board's views because I have to make a decision tomorrow because it's Labour weekend is coming up. Yeah,
I appreciate that, Harry.
Can we have the 5-minute break and then we can come back and continue?
10-minute break now.
It has to be a 10-minute break, Aidan, because it's been,
agreed.
If we make it 10 minutes now, but if we can return to this discussion when we return, and we'll make a decision about whether we extend the meeting or move to an extraordinary meeting.
Mel, can we ask Graham if he's able to stay for that length of time? If we have a 10-minute break and come back, because obviously we're going to need him around as well.
Yes, I can stay. It has been an awful long day, but anyway, I can stay for another hour. I think by the sounds of that.
Thanks, Graham. You're wonderful. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Graham. I do appreciate that. Great. So if we can just all take a break now at 20 to 10, if we can come back at 9:50. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Hot chocolate, Pam.
Hot water, Aidan. About the only thing I drink these days.
Crikey, you're very, very healthy then.
Nah. I had a biscuit with it, which is totally unhealthy.
These worse things that are more unhealthy.
Oh. Whew. Oh. Kia ora, everyone. Welcome back. I did just want to say that I think it might be quite good. I think we have an obligation where it's at least two days notification to the public, but where if we can look to go through our agenda from 7 at from the community board minutes in an extraordinary meeting. It'll be to be organised as early as possible next week, while still ensuring we give our two days notice. So that will be for the remainder of the items, just to complete the remainder of the items, so that we are not rushing this really, really important conversation that we need to have tonight. How's everyone feeling about that? Right now, Michael, does that make sense?
Did you have an actual day in mind, Mel, to reconvene?
Just to
I
clarify,
was hoping just.
oh, sorry, Mel, it's actually at least 3 working days, so just push it back a little bit further.
Yep, so it'd be Friday, Monday, Tuesday. So we wouldn't be able to have it before next Wednesday. Is that right, Steph? Or would it be Thursday? Wednesday, wouldn't it? 3 days, including tomorrow?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Or it wouldn't be able to be notified tomorrow.
So I think you'll be looking at what away Friday. It could be from Wednesday next week.
Okay. How's everyone placed for 1 week's time, or whether we make it Thursday the 14th or Wednesday the 13th? How's if I would just like to say I will be available I can make myself available for either of those 2 days, Wednesday or Thursday. So if I can just go around and just check with everybody else, is that all right? I'll just do you one at a time. Councillor Colenso, would you be free on Wednesday or Thursday next week?
Madam Chair, I would prefer the Wednesday if I possibly can, but I can make Thursday if I shuffle things around.
Okay. Okay. And Michael? So I'm just doing you as an order as you appear on my screen. Michael, would you be free next Wednesday the 13th or Thursday the 14th to continue with our agenda items from agenda item 7? And that way we can just continue discussions tonight on this. Does that suit you, Michael? You just on mute. I'll come back to you, Michael. Okay, just to give you a chance. Nathan?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It'll obviously be via Zoom, so I'm going to be away next week, but I'll have access to a computer, so I'll be fine. Yeah.
And you don't have a pressure Wednesday or Thursday?
Either day's fine.
Brilliant. And Aidan?
There we are. Yeah, either Wednesday or Thursday is fine by me next week.
Perfect.
There's no, Mel, there's no other clashing meetings or anything?
Not for us. I'm just
where any of the officers might be unavailable.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bryce. Yep.
Yeah. So on Thursday, the mayor and Harry may not be able to make Thursday night. We have the Five Town Trails function on Thursday night.
Oh no, well that's fine because it's certainly looking like Wednesday's the most suitable at this stage for everyone. But if I could just confirm with you, Michael.
Michael's just on mute.
You're mute. Would you be free on Wednesday?
Yeah. He said yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. And Councillor Maynard.
Wednesday's good.
Okay. Fantastic. Steph, so would we be able to organise an extraordinary meeting for next Wednesday?
Yeah, so the process to call an extraordinary meeting is either by resolution of the board, so you could do that here tonight, or mail to deliver it in writing to Harry. So I suggest probably making a resolution now.
Great. So if we could all make a resolution then for an extraordinary meeting of the Martinborough Community Board to be held Wednesday, the 20th of October at 6:30 p.m. Can you just all show again with the show of hands?
No, it would be the 14th.
The Wednesday's the 13th.
That officers can't attend.
Still no. So the 13th?
Yeah, Wednesday the 13th.
Yeah.
Did I say the wrong date? Sorry, Wednesday the 13th. My apologies. So Wednesday the 13th of October at 6:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So hands. So Nathan, Aidan, Michael, okay, and Councillor Maynard and Councillor Colenso. Fantastic. That's everybody.
So we'll just need a mover and a seconder.
Aidan's moved it and I'll second it.
We can do some things fast.
Yeah. Ta-da! So now if we can just thank you very much for your patience with us all, Graham. If we are able just to go back and and just speak to some of these things, because there was a bit of a build-up there.
Harry was actually speaking when we finished off. So.
Oh, okay. Harry was there. Hello.
Guys, so just recapping, I've got a decision to make tomorrow, and I'm really interested in the views and thoughts of the submitters and the community board before I make the decision. And so I just want everyone to understand what the factors at play are. So the first thing is there a risk? Can it be mitigated? And it can be mitigated to the extent that it mitigates the risk that I have to manage under public safety. And those are the three factors that are got to take into play. So the first thing is there a risk? And I think there's no doubt there is a risk. The degree or scale of that risk is a question. And so first thing. The second, can it be mitigated? And so that's where the issues of flood warning systems and that kind of stuff come into play. So I think I was leaving it with Graham to respond to.
Sorry, I just quickly before we go into that, just while we're having just talking about that mitigation, Harry, James Imlach from the Caravan Association had sent through an email to you and I this afternoon, this morning, but it was just showing a couple of things that they use to help mitigate risks and things like that for their people, where there is Campermate, which shows all alerts and warnings, and that's so something maybe that we could advertise on site. So, and then also New Zealand Red Cross has a hazard app. So an app that people would be able to attach themselves to. So one of the things that the Campermate thing would do, for example, it would be able to forewarn app holders within a 200-kilometre radius of the Tawai Reserve about an imminent flood event. So I thought that was really, really an excellent email, and I guess something to take into consideration around mitigation for what is most concerning you around the flood hazard. But
so Mel, absolutely. I just see that this afternoon. So I've asked staff actually to go out on site and actually see the cell phone coverage, because the first thing is if there isn't cell phone coverage, the app won't work. So I've asked staff to go out amongst looking at the site and seeing what they can do and just make that assessment. Because if there isn't cell phone coverage, those apps won't work. But
what about Wi-Fi, wireless internet coverage? Because Stuart Campbell has installed wireless internet out to Tora and Tawai. So quite a few of the properties out there have access. So he's gone and done that for the residents out there. I wonder if there's something there that we can tap into.
And that's all part of the options we need to look at, Aidan. You know, but they all rely on people being able to have a phone. Secondly, have a smartphone that actually does internet and you've got cell phone coverage and you've got Wi-Fi coverage by agreement. You know, and so it's part of the. Because of my second point, can we mitigate the effects and make sure there's adequate warning systems given the risk and the short return periods that go on that type of event? And we're exploring that, but we're not going to be able to do that by Labour weekend, is the bottom line.
Well, they've got there that the Greater Wellington Regional Council had that it was a 3-hour time frame, and I mean, you know, for that risk, certainly people who hadn't gone out to Tora are less than 3 hours away. So I mean, it mitigates anyone who hasn't, you know, gone out there as well by using an app. You know, as I say, it's about, you know, whether this is, as you say, the risk, even if it's low risk, let's do everything we can to make sure that we're mitigating, this for the safety of the public. And Aidan, you had a...
Yeah, I've just, I've got made some notes here. So under the current health and safety legislation, there's a hierarchy of control measures which are to minimise the risk, to mitigate the risk and eliminate the risk. And up until now, all we've heard about was eliminating the risk by closing the campground down at night. So also under that legislation, there are five key measures or 5 key stages to risk assessment, followed by communicating and consultation. So, I mean, at the moment, we haven't seen any evidence of a risk assessment being taken place. We've gained and received information, from a lot of residents who and people who use that campground out there, the campgrounds, but we don't have any data. We don't have any rainfall data. We don't have any records of how many times that those rivers have flooded, how many times there has been a once in 100-year flood. So, I mean, I think that we really need to be gathering that data and going through a risk assessment process before a decision is made. Now, earlier on, when Graham was making his submission, and I made some notes here, he said, I asked that question, what rainfall? Oh, sorry, did I ask the question about rainfall level? But he certainly said there was records or information available to gather rainfall level data to then work out what would be required for a 100-year flood. So I think that we probably need to see that information or have that information available before a decision is made.
Can I respond? So first part of your question, I'll ask Graham to respond, is about the safety and health. So the duties of care that arise from the workplace safety and health, and I quote Section 30, Management of Risks, a duty imposed on a person by or under this Act requires the person to eliminate the risk as far as reasonably practical. It is not reasonably practical to eliminate the risks to health and safety, to minimise those risks so far as reasonably practical. And then the second section of that says a person must comply with that section, right? So the first duty of care that arises is to eliminate, unless they're clearly impracticable, to eliminate them. So if you take the situation, and Aidan, you raise this, the clearest and easiest way to eliminate the risk is to simply leave the camp open for day-to-day recreation and enjoyment and conservation, those kind of things, but it's to eliminate the risk. You ask,
so under the health and safety legislation, there's that hierarchy of control measures. So that mentions and discusses minimise the risk, mitigate the risk, and eliminate the risk. So these three things there, not just eliminate the risk first, okay?
Aidan, unless you've got some reading of the Health and Safety Act that I don't have, I'm quoting from section 30, the management of risks section, key principles relating to duties of people. So
we could sit here argue this all night, Harry. I mean,
no, it's relevant.
I've got a book.
Aidan,
I've done a health and safety.
I'm going to interrupt right now. This is my obligation as the chief executive of the council, is the obligations to make that duty of care managed. And so I'm really clear on what my accountability is. And just to amplify that further, that is not a duty of care of elected officials.
Okay, so we understand
the burden of care shifts to the chief executive officer under this legislation to make that call. So I'm really clear, and you may debate this, but I've just quoted to you the relevant sections of the Act. If you have a different view of the Act, I'm really happy for you to share that with me. I'm just quoting to you, for the members of the public and the board, my understanding of the Act and the duties of care that I'm responsible for.
And I've got an understanding as well, Harry. So all the information that you have received, would you be able to forward that and provide that to the community board, so that the information that you have used to form your form your decision? Because like I said before, so far, it doesn't appear that a risk assessment has taken place. And under the health and safety legislation, there are 5 stages to risk assessment. And so far, we haven't seen anything of a risk assessment having taken place.
Aidan, I'm listening to your views. I'm listening to all the requests from the community to consult. I'm just saying, as a person responsible for implementing these decisions, I need to make decisions about the imminent risk now. And I'm not hearing, I don't need, so I'm taking these views into consideration. I'm not going to argue about the legal frameworks for decision making, much as you would like to contest them. The issue is there is a risk people have explained to me, and I'm just explaining my reasoning. And I want to listen to your views, not about the legal process, about explaining to me.
There is a legal process, Harry.
So what I'd like to hear is, if in terms of the information I've given you in terms of risk in this area, is there something you think I have not taken into consideration that I should?
Right. So there's I guess those. So in the risk analysis, if a gate was put across there that was closed at night time to prevent people from camping in there, is that sufficient?
Absolutely, absolutely. The whole intent is to stop people camping at night when the risk is the greatest, highest. So that would be a great mitigation. We're not stopping people using the reserve during the day, and we're not stopping, and we want people to enjoy it. It's just the risk at night of a flash flood or an event happening at night.
Great. Sorry, Councillor Maynard, you've got a question?
I'm just a little bit confused as to why a gate would be a better option than the bollards that you said would be almost impossible to put through. That's just one of them. But the other thing is as well, I understand, Harry, that you wanted to hear what options other people had, and what other ideas they might have. So the two that has been raised by the Camper Van Association or whoever, James, James, for an email. I haven't seen it, but I understand it must have come to you and Mel. Those two things could work, but you're saying that even if that's a great idea, because let's face it, everyone's got smartphones. It's very hard to find anyone that doesn't. But
we provided free Wi-Fi.
If that is an option, but you're saying that even then you can't have someone go out there tomorrow to go and see if it'll work.
No, that's exactly what I've asked people to do. So I've asked our staff to go out and assess, literally, figuratively, whether there's cell phone coverage. And the indications are from Smark and Vodafone that there isn't. I just want to go and check.
Could we ask Jenny Boyne, who lives out there, if there's cell phone coverage or?
No, and Harry is right, and he knows perfectly well. I think everybody, when you go on the site for any cell phone companies, there's no cell phone coverage, but we have got cell phone capability through Wi-Fi through Martinborough.net, and also Whizbuz is out there. So Whizbuz is along the coast on the Te Ao East Road, and Martinborough.net is on ours, and it bounces down the coast. So yeah, you've got free Wi-Fi at the library, so why not put free Wi-Fi at the campgrounds?
Yeah, Harry, is that a good option for looking at mitigating? It seems like quite a good option to be explored around Wi-Fi.
So again, so Jenny's point was you don't have it right now, so people would have to join the company to actually access that particular Wi-Fi.
Oh no, council would have to join to create a space where we would offer free Wi-Fi for campers or whoever. You know, that could be put onto a little post, the same way we put a phone number at the bottom of things like Do Not Dump. Or is that a possible mitigation?
That is a possible mitigation, but that relies on people reading the sign, loading it up, making sure it works, all those types of things. We can't force it. You know, it's the same thing as, unfortunately, as putting up a sign saying do not camp here because there's risk. You know, so yes, they're effective in the past. That's the whole point, is we need to explore all those options, see if we can find a way of mitigating the effect. But we're not going to get that in place by Labour weekend, right? So we can really explore other options and see what we can do. Same thing with Graham. We'll talk to you about the, you know, what are you know, the safer and better and true flood protection systems. You know, so we that's the thing about mitigating. We just can't put those things in place by Labour weekend.
Pam's got a hand up.
Harry, could I just ask Graham a clarification question just before he heads off, because it's just about getting up to his hour's deadline.
Yeah.
Graham, you said that there were other conditions that could come into effect that may be more likely as a weather event than a flood, and that was tropical cyclones, because of the weather patterns we're getting now, that a tropical cyclone could come through. But I wanted to clarify that I had that right, and then mitigate that by saying we get a huge amount of warnings when tropical cyclones and things like that are about. So can you just clarify that for me, please?
Yes, I said we don't have any specific records of the exact type of event that'll cause a flood down here. From my experience of living on the East Coast from top to bottom, it's generally these ex-tropical cyclones rather than a tropical cyclone itself. I say it's an ex-tropical cyclone, so they've turned into deep depressions and they travel down that coast. I use the Wahine storm as an example of an ex-tropical cyclone system that caused a deep depression and caused the massive waves and flooding. And Cyclone Bowler was another one. It was still called a cyclone at that stage, but
We'd have been through both of those.
it had been to a deep depression. So those are the types of events that are likely to give you the 1 in 100 year event in a catchment like this.
So therefore we get warnings that those are coming, and so what we've heard from all the people that have been submitting is that when it's nasty weather, none of them come to that site.
So those are the sorts of things that Harry's going to need to take into account when he works out what is mitigation an option, and how might you, what might that mean. So I've tried to keep out of that aspect of it, because we haven't done the assessment to that level. I do just need to clarify, because I'm actually I'm the manager of the flood protection department, but I'd had James Flanagan, one of my other team, put this together. And I said we didn't make a recommendation. I just needed to clarify that I think Harry sent the information out to you, but we had put in place some recommendations, which is saying basically caution should be used. We recommend you use caution. We would always be recommending that you don't camp or overnight long stays in where there's a 1 in 100 year flood risk. So that's in this site, keeping out of those lower portions of that site. And sensibly, and as you would suggest, that in the long term, you need to be looking for a campsite that doesn't have a flood risk, because we would always be recommending that you avoid the flood risk. So just felt I need to clarify that.
So that's what I would put in for part of my mitigation against closing the campsite, or at least stopping overnight stay, is that if it's a significant weather event, then we are going to get ample warning, and in 99.9% of the cases, most people would stay away from that area in that particular state.
Yes, and that would deal with that. There are a number of different warning systems and things that you could look at as mitigation, even to having locals who might provide that service in some ways, if they're the ones that have got the cell phone connection.
That's historically what has occurred down here. The coastal residents, the farmers who see the weather patterns, they know what's happening locally. They have gone down and spoken to residents or campers down there and given them the advice. I mean, earlier this week I spoke to Chris Barge, who, like Trinity said, had been living there at Greentops for 40 plus years, and he said, certainly he's gone down and spoken to people. He pulled 2 people out from that lower level of the campground. However, that when the water did rise slowly, however, that was before those warning signs were installed by council, and he said that was over 10 or 15 years ago. And since those warning signs were installed by council, he hasn't had to pull anyone off or out of the water, and there hasn't been an incident where there have been issues with people flooded at that campsite, because they've been smart people. They either haven't camped in the bad weather, or they've read the signs and gone somewhere else.
Yeah, I think as Harry's describing, things are changing with health and safety and those risks, and you'd have to decide whether that sort of warning system, how formal or informal you would want it to be able to reasonably say that risk has been managed. And those are the parts that we haven't done enough research from a regional council perspective. We're relying on the district council to be looking at those aspects and deciding whether that is a way of mitigating the risk.
Harry, is it possible that because we are so close to Labour weekend and people have actually made their holiday plans at the moment, that we could put in place something with the residents down there to keep an eye on the camping ground, and to offer those advices and things like that. And then between then and Christmas, we can actually look at other mitigations and other means of having cell phones and Vodafone putting something in down there, or doing something along those lines. But it's you that has to be, unfortunately. I think what you're saying is the buck stops with you, and you would have to be comfortable that what was in place was acceptable to you, as well as to to those people who use the camping site?
Pam, I'd happily put my hand up because I'm booked to stay at Hiwi Kiwi for Labour weekend from the Friday night through to the Tuesday morning, so I can carry out that task.
It's not me that has to
amazing,
say
Aidan.
that. Thank you, Aidan. I think
Wow,
that's
that's
lovely,
amazing.
but it's Harry that has to say that.
Aidan, I love you for that. But you know, the problem is if something goes wrong, I carry the can, you don't. I cannot pass, you know, and I would never pass the buck to you for taking on that responsibility. It's not my role.
I mean,
You know,
I've got big shoulders, Harry. I've been in many different
yeah,
roles
I know,
in the
I know.
past 30, 40 plus years.
Yeah.
This community knows.
So you know, the thing is, we can hope that shit doesn't happen.
But Harry, but before that, I just want to say, if this is an option that Councillor Colenso has raised as an option that has already been picked up, to perhaps be able to continue to look at mitigating, you know, to find out, to put in those steps for that, you know, minimisation.
Yeah, but Pam's point is, can we just let it go, and to a certain extent, with some mitigation, and then plan to do the rest later, right? And
well,
so
not later.
the other,
We'll get onto it. Keep moving it right now, so it's all in place before Christmas.
well, that's the other option is to stop it now, you know, just so there's no risk, and while we work through those options, so we can make it better at Christmas, right? You know,
no, that's not what I was saying.
No,
I understand that. No, I understand that, Pam. I'm just saying, you know, but the risk doesn't change. There is no cell phone coverage. We can't get an app in place. We've got no warning system, all those kind of things. So, you know, so the things that mitigate the risk aren't in place now.
I've just offered to mitigate the risk for Labour weekend, Harry.
No, Aidan, I can't. I'm just saying I can't let you carry that, and actually, you know, you don't have the ability to carry that. So
what about though, Harry? I support Aidan in that, and I would actually put my hand up also if that's required and what is needed to ensure that it can give you guys all time to start, you know, looking at those mitigation factors and what we can do, and you know, not dropping the ball, but certainly I think there's going to be, like Aidan's put his hand up, I'm putting my hand up. We can Martinborough Community Board.
We can put together some
we
people.
could put something together to mitigate. So for Labour weekend, it doesn't need to be closed. And then even there could be something stating that it's going to be closed from the day after Labour weekend through till Christmas. You know, and then that gives us that time to mitigate or put more mitigation in.
Look, I'll take that option into consideration. Just bear in mind that what you asked me to do fundamentally is allow you guys to accept the risk. And you know, you ask, should I do that? You know, and so that's what I have to think about. You know, because if something happened to you guys in that kind of circumstance, or something happened, then
I've got Wi-Fi.
I know. Yeah, so that's the hard call in this. You know, so you know, let's come back to Pam's comment. You know, sometimes you better just to say no this time while we try and get the things right. So the next time we've got it right.
That wasn't what Pam said, though.
No, I actually think, Harry, my concern is that quite often, if we go directly for closure before we look at the mitigation, is too often something that gets closed never gets opened again. And so why we are asking for this time to try and allay your concerns and your fears. And I heard you. I want you to know that I really heard you and the impact that your experiences and your previous roles have made you, you know, have made you feel. So I absolutely understand that. But I think we don't want to be seen that it's, oh, we've been told of a risk and knee-jerk, everything just happens. Let's actually get some really robust risk analysis and rainfall levels and try and set those mitigations before we go to the extent of closure, which, as I say, my concern is once something's closed, it's very hard to open it again.
Yep. Look, believe me, that's why I want to have this conversation. And please don't get the impression I'm just trying to close it down. I'm trying to think if there's options around this. But but all I'm saying is just I can't legally allow you guys to accept the risk. I can't. You may say you put your hands up, but if shit happens and a flood happens and someone gets killed, the fact that I've allowed you to accept it actually makes it doubly worse. It's that kind of call. It's really difficult. I appreciate you putting it up, but just remember, this is not elected member decision. So if something goes wrong,
absolutely, we just want to
Harry, if something goes wrong, there's a record that there's been a very robust discussion for the last 3 hours or 4 hours, and this has been hashed out to the nth degree. I mean, I've already put my hand up and I've said what I'm prepared to do, because that's what I'm doing, and that's what's been booked for me for the last 6 months out at Hiwi Kiwi, which is, I don't know, a K down the road from Te Awaiti campground. Now, I mean, I'd like to chair, if we can, if we can raise a motion or pass a motion to halt the closure of the campground, and then carry out so that a risk assessment under the Health and Safety Act with those 5 stages of risk assessment carry out, and then some proper consultation take place.
Can I say something? The way Harry's reading the health and safety book, the onus is on him, and at the end of the day, it's going to be his decision, whatever we say and whatever we put the mitigations in for. The only thing I would ask Harry is that, can you talk to Stuart Campbell to see what cell phone coverage is down there that can be utilised by the people attending that camping ground before tomorrow or the next day, so that you can come back to us and say whether there's something that can be put in place immediately
for free wireless.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy to do that. I'm really happy to do that. I don't like doing this, believe me. If I could find a way not to do this, I'd be very happy.
I know.
But,
Harry, I also think it was raised something really good, which was the work that was done back in 2015, and I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to see it. Matua Johnny Shaw was on the Māori Standing Committee. They had a lot to do with that. Around the coastlines, and it actually covers all of the South Wairarapa coastlines. That looked at those when it came for freedom camping and the camping sites. Trinity spoke tonight as well. She also was someone who put in a lot of time and effort, and I'm not sure, but possibly Jenny, I'm not sure, because it was prior to my time on council, but it was there's some really good papers out there as well that may actually also give some information on where there were things that they thought were in need, like certain areas that might need a bit of a clean out once a year. That could again stop and help to make sure that easy flow of water and things, to stop the rivers from becoming taking over land and things. I know it's there in the council. I'll have to try and dig it out. But
no, that'd be appreciated. But equally, Graham will say that what the new information is in this whole mix is 213, 215. GWRC did a whole of climate change assessment on what's changed. So that would have been the same time. So you may have So both things. But, if we can find a practical way through this, I'm really happy to do it. But unfortunately, it's not a political decision. It is my call, and so I've got to balance this up. And quite simply, it's a bit like I hate to use a terrible analogy. It's a bit like known as an earthquake-prone building, and people say
sorry, I'm really sorry, Harry. I hate to interrupt you, and I'm very conscious, but I think the earthquake-prone building, you talked about that a little bit before as an comparable analogy, but I just am conscious that it's just about 10:30. We're 1 minute to, and our meetings.
Nathan wanted to say
we
something.
make a resolution to continue this meeting for the purpose of continuing this discussion, or?
I think we're almost there, but I think we might just need a little bit more time. So
another 5 minutes or so. How does everyone feel about that? Is that right, Steph?
I'll just say a couple of things quickly.
Yeah, because I think there's just a few more comments and things. So
okay, so Steph, are we able to make a resolution to change the time or to continue this until this conversation finishes?
Yeah, you can resolve to continue so you just need to put that.
I need to get some sleep, but anyway.
Yeah, and I'll move that. I'll move that.
Yep.
Great, thank you, Pip. And do I have a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Nathan. And all those in favour, please hold up your hand. Great, thanks everyone. And all those against, well, I guess that doesn't matter, motion's passed. Now, great, so, sorry about that, Harry. I didn't want
That's right, form, I understand, yeah.
Great. Nathan?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a couple of things. So, you've got a river catchment board, I guess it is. Jenny Boyne's on it. So I guess they would know what's coming down. And I'm not quite sure if, Harry, if you know how some of these rural networks operate. You've got a rural Tora fire party. So when there's an emergency, you've got people right on the coast to deal with things when they go wrong. It's not a several hours to get the emergency facilities there. They're right there. Things work differently out on the coast. People work together, even though you might have neighbours that might not see eye to eye. They actually come together when there are issues, when there is floods. If there is an issue with the road, they will go and cut a tree up so they can pass, so people can get to the school bus. They work together, and you've got to take that into consideration.
Look, absolutely. Look, Nathan, if there's any confidence, I grew up in Wanganui. I worked on Herbertville. I've worked on farms remotely through New Zealand, so I absolutely understand how rural communities work. Believe it or not, I've even scary enough got a shearing certificate. So I do understand that. But it's part of the risk assessment. So imagine you get a helicopter and you can't land it.
So did you say that would be part of your risk assessment, or you've completed a risk assessment? I missed that. Sorry, Harry.
No. So Nathan's point was around is around how do emergency services get in if something happens. I assume that's what you're talking about, Nathan. And so
partly, yes.
Yeah, and partly. So there's two things. One, if Tutumaruri suddenly floods out at the same time, so how does an ambulance or services get through?
The helicopter.
You've got the Tora fire party there.
I no, that's exactly the point I'm saying. What you're saying is that they can go from there. But if they need to get to the hospital from the other end, how do they do that? And so that's the kind. And we put that in note here. Those are the sort of things we're thinking about. As it's not just if there's an event. It's also when an event occurs. Can we get emergency services and how do we respond to that? Those are all the sorts of things we've got to take into account. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. And so your point was, have we configured or thought about, or actually put on the list, we need to think about how rural services work. And the answer is we haven't got the solution, but we're taking that into account.
Well, you're saying here that, the current vehicle access is long and windy, meaning a drive of several hours for an emergency facility. Like they're there, the people are there.
No, Nathan, if Tutumaruri goes out at the same time, people can't get out to the hospital.
But
you can't go the other way. It's not.
It can happen anywhere. It can happen anywhere.
Oh, no, but that's
helicopters.
the point, isn't it? You know, so if you have a you know, equivalent to that
Can
kind of thing.
happen in Martinborough with both rivers going up.
Oh,
The
exactly.
Kangaroo coming up,
So,
and the Ruramahanga coming up and cutting us off,
Nathan,
because that has happened many times in the past 20 years that I've been living here.
So
we can't wrap ourselves up in bloody cotton wool. It's, you know.
Not when I feel that these things can be mitigated. I agree, Nathan. I think we do. There is some really great mitigation things that just I think options that have been discussed this evening. And certainly there's some things that I would hope Harry would at least investigate or look into before making this decision. I wasn't aware that the urgency around this decision was that it must be closed before Labour weekend. Why is that? And what's the difference from Labour weekend to any other weekend as an emergency?
Because Labour weekend is traditionally the point where we'll get a lot more campers. That's the risk. So we
have campers there all the time. And my question is, why is all the people who have been camping there, why when it's locals or when, you know, like what I'm saying is when the numbers are low or whatever, the urgency should still be the same. So all I'm saying is if we can just maybe take, if it's not Labour weekend or what is it that Labour weekend is the risk? Is that what we're trying to mitigate?
No.
So that's the point. Simply, that's the point where the summer, right? It's the summer season. So Labour weekend is traditionally a point where people start camping there, right? So that was we. You know, you got to make a call and say, actually, when's the risk going to start? And the risk starts when you have more people camping there than any other point. So it was nothing more complex than that. And so we know.
However, Harry, you first identified this issue back in February when you went out to the coast to look at the roads, and you contacted Greater Wellington Regional Council, and they provided you with that first graph of that mapping graph of data in February, actually of the Tora North campground. Why couldn't this issue have been raised then and discussed with the Martinborough Community Board and the community, and we could have had these discussions earlier on this year and come to a conclusion much earlier before the pressure went on before Labour weekend? Why did that not occur?
Because my intention was to actually try and get this to the council around July, August, and then COVID hit, Aidan. Ewan left. You know, I had no capacity to process anything. So you know, things happen.
Sorry, I was just February to July. I mean, but was there any work done between that space?
Yes, absolutely. I got that's where I got the initial flood maps. I got the initial information saying there's a risk here, all that kind of stuff.
And then the data that you produced after the council meeting was the mapping for the Tora North campground, and it wasn't until the 21st of September when I asked you to clarify which campground you were talking about. And then you came back on the 22nd with the email from Greater Wellington Regional Council and the data that they graphed up, dated the 22nd, that then you showed us the data for the Tar White campground, and then you raised the issue about the Tora North campground and said they were both an issue.
Well, they are. And you've seen the flood maps of both. They are both issues, you know. So, you know, I can't ring a bell. If I get information that says there's a risk here, I need to assess it and do something about it. It's not complex, really.
The information that you got was for North Tora and not Te Awaiti. That's what they're asking.
No. I had information for both, you know. And so, and you heard Graham say tonight, the flood risk is exactly the same in both catchments. The return period is slightly different. So the North Tora river is 3 to 4 return period, and to Fiji is 3 hours. It's the same risk, the same issue, same bars, all that kind of stuff. There's not much difference between the two. Yeah.
So can we? Sorry, were you going to say something, Pam?
Yeah, I was actually. Can I just get this straight, Harry? You've had this information from February.
No, I had preliminary information said there's a risk here, So it's not complicated. Just I asked GWRC saying, I've seen this campground, it looks like a risk. And they said, they sent me the inundation map, said, yes, it is, right?
Yeah.
So
was that in February of this year? Was that earlier this year?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, then to me, we're trying to rush this through. Yeah. And if we've had something that we've known about since February and we're only just trying to rush it through now, I just do not feel that we can do this. Whether we can't close the things down now, I'm sorry. I feel that we've known about this or had an inkling about this for all this time and we've done nothing about it, or except try to get more information. And now we're trying to rush this through in a 2-week period. I don't
Pam,
feel comfortable about this at all.
Yeah, Pam, that's not the process. So from there, I talked to a number of residents, I talked to a number of people, I talked to GROC to try and get some assessment of the risk and that kind of thing, so I could actually make a call. So it's not, that wasn't, it's not.
Harry, I mean, I would really love for us to be able to actually go out and have a meeting with the Tora residents at some point as well, just specifically on this. And I do think that it needs to be a meeting with the Tora residents, not with some, so that it is quite specific that we've made an open invitation to everyone and are open to hearing all views. And I think that the number one thing that we could do to help mitigate this and allay your fears and concerns that you have is having those local Tora people, and you can see how close they are to all of the campgrounds, knowing what's happening, and they will want to help us. I believe that they will want to help to try and like what could come from just a meeting, one meeting, I think you would be quite amazed by.
Harry, have you already made a decision to close?
No. I'm just saying. What I'm asking.
Are you just going through a process to tick the boxes?
The critical information I'm asking you guys is the information I need to take into account in terms of the risk that I haven't taken into consideration, not process. Is there something about the flood mapping or the return period or the risk that is out there that I need to know, or the mitigation? So things like, can we get warning systems in place quickly or something like that? That's really relevant to the decision I have to make. Right?
Okay.
So that's a fundamental.
Sorry, keep going.
So that's the fundamental. So if you walk it through, so is there a risk? I keep come back to it. Yes, there is. How serious is that risk, and how can it be mitigated? Right. And if we can mitigate it successfully, then I'm cool. But right now, just I haven't heard anything that tells me, other than talking, and Pam's great suggestion about talking to Stuart Campbell about the Wi-Fi and can we get that app placed in time and that kind of thing. So those are the decisions I have to make. There is a risk. Yeah.
Can we also talk to the Tora Fire Party, and can we talk to the local residents and perhaps Trinity and Naomi to get an understanding of when they will be out there, what they can offer as suggestions to mitigate the risk, and we've got Aidan's suggestion, we've got Mel's suggestion. Can we do that before we actually try and close something?
Yeah.
Please, Harry.
And it's so important to our community.
I'll take that into consideration. I just like, just respect, not putting Graham on the hot spot, but about the practical thing, just coming back to the risk in this catchment. A 3-hour return period. If floods, if water builds up on top of the catchment, the nature of the catchment, all those types of things.
There's a lot of ifs. There's too
No,
many
no,
ifs for
but
me.
it's great to actually have them in the forefront of our minds, guys.
Yeah. I just want
To be able to
to.
take them forward, to ask those questions and to see what we can put in place to mitigate them.
That's
we need to hear
that's what I'm returning to. Is having heard this conversation, Graham. I'm not putting a hot spot. It's just, in terms of this is a short run catchment. There's no safety warning system in place. If we can get something in really quickly, if shit happens,
We've got to have a 1 in 100 year flood for this to happen, though.
And actually, Harry, the one other thing was Martinborough is about an hour away. If the flood warning is alerting into the civil defence space at council, couldn't a council then alert and let whoever it is know, and we can put motion in place and get things done? But it seems like something that is going to take 3 hours is dictating something for a space that's an hour away.
No, sorry, Mel, it's the return period from when water builds up in the catchment to return down through the system. It's not the response time to 3 hours.
No, but it would show rainfall.
I'd just be interested in Graham's reflection on the practicality of flood warning systems and those kind of things.
Well, that's what you use at Greater Wellington, isn't it? Flood warning system?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're an essential part of any flood risk mitigation exercise, because even if you've got in place physical structures, stop banks, whatever, you'll still get an event that's going to go over the top of them anyway. So you've got to have in place the warning systems. Our assessments and risk was based on the fact that we don't have there's no cell phone coverage, there's no network to give you any warning, even necessarily of any rainfall, although we may have some that are close enough for you. If you were thinking about a mitigation system, I'd be very clearly looking at something that was local, because of that distance, because of the road and communications potential breakages and that sort of stuff. So for Harry to be thinking about it, it would be, is there something good that could be put in place locally? Because I think you are going to be isolated and you're going to need to be able to respond and do things yourself. So if you've got your rural fire things, if you can get the Wi-Fi network, we do have good warnings, these Met Service forecast, rainfall forecast, and if you can get in place a decent system for that, then to me I think there's a fair element that you could mitigate the risk to a point that you might say, oh yes, maybe overnight camping, but still saying somehow you need to be. We're always saying avoid the 1 in 100. So I'm not saying you should be camping all over those places. We've still got the maps that say I would recommend that you are on higher ground, because the best form of mitigation is avoidance, to be honest. And that's the basis of the
prevention is always
there.
the best form of mitigation, actually, rather not elimination, prevention in the first instance.
So Graham, I think earlier on I asked a question about rainfall and working out how much rainfall is required to generate a 1 in 100 year flood, and you said you didn't have that data available at the moment.
I didn't have it in my head, sorry. We would be able to give
accessible.
we would be able to give you a thing that said if you've got a Met Service forecast that says expect 100 millimetres of rain in the next 24 hours, is that going to give you a 100-year event or a 10-year return period event or a 1,000-year? So yes, we could give you that information so that when you're looking at a Met Service forecast, which is based on millimetres of rainfall over a period of time normally, then the assessment, you would be able to look at a graph and say, oh, that's likely to be a pretty big flood. We better put something into action, or that's not going to be enough to get there.
So how much work would take to generate that?
I think we could do that quite quickly. As I say, we've got some quite good graphs that could give you the depth and return period, rainfall depth and return periods for that piece of coast.
Now, I know that there's different weather stations around the Wairarapa, and some farms and a lot of vineyards and around Martinborough have harvest electronic weather stations. Does Greater Wellington have weather stations out towards the coast that are recording or and transmitting data back?
Yes, we do, and they're all up on our website. I mean, any member of the public can actually log into our website, look at rainfall. We have river level as well as rainfall, but that will show you where all the rainfall gauges are and the ones that you could use to help with any sort of warning system and assessment as to is the Met Service forecast turning into any sort of reality if you wanted to add another element. But I don't know quite how close they are to Tora.
Right.
But they are in the Eastern Hill Country there.
Okay, because that would be helpful and beneficial to, and that information is transmitted back every half hour or every hour, and then accessible online. Yes, yes, it starts. I think it starts out every hour, and then as the rainfall increases, it increases the frequency with which it interrogates and pulls reports
the data back. So you get a more live, up to date, down to 15-minute type things.
So there's a bit more work that's able to be carried out to provide a bit more information for a robust decision to be made.
No, that's not. Help. That would help. So there's one thing about gathering the information, the other is transmitting it to the end where it gets to people actually sitting in the camp. And that's the trick, isn't it? So you can generate that information, but if you can't actually get cell phone coverage at the end, or you have a Wi-Fi thing that works.
But that information will be fed into a risk assessment process, which is detailed under the Health and Safety Act with 5 stages, and then that risk assessment process is followed through by communicating and consulting to the people it affects.
Yeah, it'll give.
No, Aidan. So look, having a process to actually say there's a risk, and have we got the question I have to answer is there's a risk. So if we have a 100-year event in October, I actually have photos. Unfortunately, the residents who took the photos refused to allow them to be published in October. In October of a flood event in that campground. So this
October of which year, Harry?
Pardon?
What October was that? October.
Mel, it doesn't matter which year. It is in October. And I actually have.
I'm sorry, it does matter because you're raising it and you're putting that information into the public arena, and you're going to rely on that information. You're not sharing it with the rest of the community.
No, because the people who shared the information with me asked it not. But
it was just like before, Harry, when you were speaking to Jenny and you asked Tora Jenny if you could relay the conversation that you had privately with Tora, and then you said to him that you didn't want to raise the topic about the wool sheds being burnt. So now you're going to talk about a conversation which you previously had, but you're not going to disclose it. It's either one way or the other, Harry.
Aidan, my conversation with Jenny was saying that her husband asked me not to disclose this information. Are you okay about me disclosing this information? Because he'd asked me not to do that. Sorry, that was my conversation.
But I'm really sorry. I'm just very conscious of time.
So if I just follow that through, I'm conscious of people who have raised with me information and they've asked it to keep it confidential. I did exactly the same with Jenny. People have shown me photographs in October, which is the month we're talking about, Labour weekend, of flooding in this area. It could happen this weekend, right? So,
Did you know that snow fell in Greytown in less than 100
Christmas
years ago?
Day.
And so, we could see the photo, but what I mean is that it's just, we can't, is the photo relevant? Can you say it was taken within the last 5 years?
Unfortunately, the people have given me in confidence, they've shown me a series of photos that go over decades of flooding.
So you've received
No. Look, there's no point in discussing this any further. I don't believe there's any point in discussing this any further when we can't get any further information. So can I just say, because it's Harry's been asked to actually keep it confidential. So instead, then Harry, can we just ask you what you see as the next step so we can actually start to wrap this meeting up?
Okay, so
we can
so
look
I
ahead.
need to. I'll consider your advice. The main thing is, to me, is there's risk. The next step is, can it be mitigated, and can it be mitigated in time for the Labour weekend when we have a confluence of campers who are arriving?
Yeah.
Are we able? Sorry, Harry. My question was going to be: can we see your risk level exposure, not necessarily, but so that we can understand what we need to mitigate to ensure safety for everyone at Labour weekend?
So I'll repeat, a duty imposed on a person by or under the Act to eliminate the risk, if not reasonably practical, to eliminate the risk, to minimise these risks to as far as reasonably practicable. So that's a test I have to achieve. So the first test is my obligation is to eliminate the risk. The second is to reasonably practicable to eliminate the risk and or to minimise it. So that's my statutory obligation. So I've got to test what you've said, which is around minimising the risk, because I can't eliminate it. I can't eliminate it. Is to say what can I do to minimise it?
Event.
Yeah,
but we could definitely look to
mitigate and
minimise.
minimise.
And we want
and
to
that's
help you with that.
that's the question. So all of this fundamentally relies on whether people can get cell phone, as far as I can see, and this is something I'm missing in this conversation. People can get cell phone
Wi-Fi.
So not cell phone.
No. Sorry. There's so by Labour weekend, the ability to have a Wi-Fi and everyone applying it is not a risk I'm willing to accept. If it can be transmitted by cell phone, that's something I'm willing to accept. But that does rely on the fact there's cell phone coverage.
Do you know the answer to that already, though, Harry?
Sometimes you don't have cell phone coverage, but once you put your Wi-Fi on, you can still get all the
So now you understand the risk. So it's got to be.
I don't understand that at all.
It's risk in crossing the road.
Excuse me, guys. I'm going to conclude here. I've
Harry,
explained to you what I need to do, and I don't want. I've tried to explain that my first obligation is eliminate the risk. My second obligation is to put in place a mitigation that can affect it. And so, best endeavours, but I've got to be able to be satisfied that risk is mitigated to the degree that it's eliminated. I can see people shaking their heads.
No. Can I just ask, please, Harry, if I can ask a question of our community board members to provide you with the answers that you were. A response to you for what you were looking for us from our the information we received today, from everything we understand. I believe that we could, and I certainly would support helping to create mitigating solutions to this. And I would actually be happy to work with Stuart Campbell from tomorrow morning to see how quickly we can get Wi-Fi out there. If council, depending on the cost, if it's not too prohibitive, if it's something that he can get up there and can get done, would that help you?
Of course it would help. Of course it would help. Yeah. But bear in mind, I need to make a decision so I can inform people so they don't turn up at Labour weekend. And so I need an answer tomorrow. I can't wait weeks. So if Stuart can stand up and say, I can put in place X, Y, and Z that will mitigate the risk completely. Remember, people actually don't just make the assumption that people will turn up with a smartphone. We've got to have a process that actually guarantees and understands that they need to do that. They need to read it. They need to be in touch. It's a bit like, I'm not going to go into detail, but you understand the risk. So the long story short, you give me a cast iron guarantee that that people will read, understand, keep in touch with their cell phones.
I'm going to give you a cast iron guarantee. I'm out there at Hiwi, Kiwi over Labour weekend. If the weather turns to custard, I'll monitor the Met Service weather forecast. If there's going to be a 200 mils of rain or even 50 mils of rain within 2 hours, I'll go and have a conversation with the people at the campground and advise them, just as Chris Bard used to do when he was residing at Green Tops for 40 years. I can do that on Labour weekend. I know you don't want to transfer the responsibility onto my shoulders, but I'm able to do that. I've got no qualms about taking the responsibility. I mean, it's not an issue for me whatsoever, but I can do that for Labour weekend, and then it allows work to carry on and take place to get that risk assessment done and gather as much information as possible.
Malcolm worked directly with Stuart Campbell tomorrow morning to
I'll
get
get in touch with him first thing in the
answers
morning.
back to you, Harry, by tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay?
Harry, are you free tomorrow afternoon if I can say if Stuart and I can get together for a meeting with you?
I can't. Look, I can't. Not tomorrow afternoon, but I could do it late in, sort of 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. No, 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, or in the afternoon. Yeah.
Oh, in the afternoon. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
But
if we need.
Yeah. So willing to listen, but Aidan, if someone says no, I'm still staying here. You have no enforcement powers, ability to influence it.
Chris Barge hasn't had any enforcement powers previously.
Aidan, I'm not asking for a reply. I'm just making the comment. So I can't confer. I can't confer enforcement. I'm just letting you know the boundaries, my problem. I can't confer.
I'm fully aware, Harry. I'm fully aware.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, thank you. I would like to thank everybody for their time and participation this evening. I really appreciate it. As I say, I will immediately tomorrow morning start work on this potential mitigation, what we can do anyway, and we'll come back to you, Harry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the main test is to work out what the risk is, Mel.
Yeah.
And so you need to be honest on what the risk is, and then say, is the mitigation going to address it? And I don't ask for any more than that. But it's not just to say we could do X, Y, and Z. So Mel, as chair, that's the balance. That's the call I have to make. So here's the risk, and here's
absolutely. I appreciate that.
Yep. So I've got to look at all those two sides of the equation on balance. Because we end up with a whole lot of things you could do, but actually may not remember. And I reread. You have to eliminate the risk first. If you can't do that, then you mitigate it.
Harry, are you able just to send us that cutout from the
it's health and safety
that you're referring to?
Yeah, management of risk.
Just so that we can have that in front of us, that would be brilliant. Sorry, Pam, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I have. Aidan, could I ask you to perhaps contact the Tora Fire Party?
Sure.
To ascertain from them what they have in early warning systems when there's a major weather event that you can feed through to Harry as a mitigation, and how they react to that, so that you can give that information to Harry for his assessment.
Okay.
Right.
And I've got to get the rainfall levels and return period graph for you, so you've got that. And just looking on our website, we do have a rain gauge at Te Awaiti, or Tāwait if you want to, as well as Tutramuri. So there's two rainfall gauges that would be.
That's awesome. Some great information.
Right.
Thank you. That'll be really helpful. Thank you so much, Graham. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Well done. A difficult decision. I'll leave you to it.
It does. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for your time this evening. I am going to call this meeting to a close now at 11:05 until I see you all next Wednesday at our extraordinary meeting to discuss the remainder of our agenda. Thank you so much to all those who have submitted and held the line to hear what's happening this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank
Marty.
you, Mel.
Marty.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Cool.
See you all.
See you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks very much, everyone.